Clarity matters. Stories shape us. Ideas challenge us. An honest dialogue moves us forward. This is a space for depth, where voices are heard and perspectives matter. Conversations with Dr. Abnanya Kwasmini, coming soon on TV3.
TV3, first in news.
Good morning and welcome to News Morning here on TV3. I am Enyunam Haliga, coming up in a few minutes. Attorney General announces immediate implementation of legal education reforms as President Mahama signs legal education reform into law. And Cobra River remains polluted despite intensified anti-galamsey security patrols. Hundreds of Ghanaian pilgrims start leaving for Saudi Arabia to perform Hajj. Going to our first story now, where President Mahama on Monday, May 11, signed the Legal Education Reform Bill into law. The signing brings to an end the 66-year monopoly of Ghana School of Law over professional legal education in the country.
Signing the bill into law on Monday, President Mahama said the legislation was designed to achieve two goals at once: maintain quality and expand access.
Legal education and ensure the highest standards in terms of legal education, but also to open up a space for more opportunity for legal education. And that this particular act is the one that many aspiring private lawyers have been looking up to, so they're signing.
Under the new legislation, faculties of law in universities that meet accreditation requirement will now be eligible to run professional legal training programs. The law is expected to expand access to professional legal education by removing the monopoly of the Ghana School of Law in training lawyers. For years, students and other stakeholders have raised concerns about the restrictive nature of professional legal education in Ghana. Thousands of qualified LLB graduates have been unable to continue their legal training due to limited spaces and the highly competitive entrance examination system. Attorney General and Minister for Justice Dr. Dominic Kaine spoke after the President assented to the bill.
As a result of the fact that presidential assent has been given to the law, we are now ready for implementation. Immediate implementation will start with the establishment of the Council for Legal Education, which is the body that will oversee legal education in the country. We'll also start the process of accreditation of the law schools that will be running the law practice course for those who have LLBs and desire to write the bar exam. All of that will start this year. We'll be making budgetary provision for the implementation in the 2027 budget to be announced by the finance minister in November this year.
Now, still on legal matters, the Accra High Court has directed lawyers of NPP's Ashanti Regional Chairman, Bernard Enchibuesiako, popularly known as Wontumi, to serve documents which they sought to tender as evidence to the state prosecutors. Earlier, former Akonta Mining General Manager Edward Akwoku told the court during cross-examination that Chairman Wontumi does not deal with documents. The prosecution's first witness indicated that Wontumi's defense was that of not an academic. Lord Idwasari reports.
Bernard Enchibuesiako, also known as Wontumi, and 3 others have been charged with multiple offences for allegedly undertaking illegal mining in the Tano Nimri Forest Reserve in the Western region. They have pleaded not guilty and are on bail. In court on Monday, May 11, lawyers of the NPP Ashanti Regional Chairman, led by Andy Apiakubi, continued with the cross-examination of the prosecution's first witness, Edward Kwesi Akwoku. The general manager of Akonta Mining told the court that Wontumi engaged him in 2021 after disclosing that he had Chinese partners who would provide equipment, logistics, and would front the mining operations. Edward Akwoku indicated that in 2022, despite not being issued a mining license, Chairman Wontumi told him to move into Tano Nimri Forest Reserve to mine, noting that he had informed the then Lands Minister. The NPP Ashanti Regional Chairman showed a no objection letter into his request to the minister as permit for the operations. He further explained that indigents of Samraboy protested against the mining activities of Akonta Mining and set heavy-duty trucks belonging to the company ablaze. According to the witness, one of the trucks was provided by the Chinese partners of Wontumi. Asked to produce documentation to prove the owner of the consignment carried by the trucks, the witness disclosed that Wontumi was not in the habit of working with documents, since according to him, he was not an academic. Andy Apiakubi, however, produced a letter which he explained had been authored on behalf of Wontumi and sought to tender it into evidence. Senior State Attorney Nana Maprempe told the court they had not been served with the document. The court therefore ordered the defense lawyers to file the documents into disclosures and serve the state before the next adjourned date. And Apiakubi spoke after the hearing.
Never use documents in transactions, but we're trying to prove that that is not the case because he himself has signed documents for and on behalf of A2 and A1 in civil courts. We are seeking to tender that document that he signed in his witness statement in that civil court to vindicate A2, A1 that when necessary they deal with documents.
Lodi Dasari, TV3 News, Accra.
Now, away from legal issues, 3 major Big Push projects are underway in the Greater Accra region, but mounting frustration is growing among residents and motorists over what they describe as painfully slow progress and worsening road conditions. From demolished exercise and structures along the Tema-Aflao corridor to cater-filled roads around the Pum barrier, affected communities say the ongoing construction is causing more hardship than relief.
The Greater Accra region is benefiting from 3 major projects under the government's Big Push infrastructure agenda. The rehabilitation of the Tema-Aflao Road, covering 17.3 kilometers by First Sky Limited. The reconstruction of the Dodowa-Afienya-Dowenya Road, spanning 27.8 kilometers by Oswald Investment Limited. And the upgrading of the Oibi-Apollonia-Afienya Road, stretching 21 kilometers, are currently ongoing. Awarded on September 5 last year, the Tema-Aflao Road remains a critical corridor linking the capital to neighboring West African countries to the east, while also serving as a major route for the movement of passengers and goods within the country. The project is progressing steadily, with engineers constructing 3 major drains to ensure the rapid and safe flow of water during heavy downpours. Excavation works are also ongoing at sections of the site. Structures situated within the construction zone have been demolished to pave the way for the expansion works. The project comes at a contract sum of over 1,477,000,000 cedis. However, residents along the corridor say the pace of work remains slow and frustrating.
You know, Ghanaians, we have been waiting for a long, so we want things fast. And the fast thing improve that the government is doing something. So those that have awarded the contract, they have to come to the site and do things fast. How many years is for the government? It's 4 years. and now it's almost 2 years. So how many years remaining? And we are going to enter into rainy season. They will say because of the rain, they stop doing road and things. So we need agent help so that we'll be out of these things. Look at our inner lanes. Bongatamanzo is part of Tema. But if you like, go inside and see. Nothing.
Vote mobi. Na memba ke wa ke vote ko na me fe gbe ofo ameda. Ya ke won no ni oba na se na mo ni oba na ya meji gbe pe.
Motorists share similar concerns, citing heavy traffic congestion, dust, and deteriorating sections of the road.
When we are sure as me na me ye feel me use tipa. Ye TT brothers. Ye na change of government but still ye ko 2 years in pony. Ye hu hwi dey bia mo se be ye. Bra ye bre ni traffic be chiu sa se ebe ye na anamoto bi wo ho be to dia se omo ye no ma ye teten ye ba jun mu na ye right na ye hu hwi.
The construction firm declined to comment on the progress of work. At Afienya, the expansion of the road has also led to the demolition of structures situated along the construction path. This follows compensation payments made to affected property owners. But a more troubling situation is unfolding on the inner roads linking Pombaria to the Michel Camp area. Craters created by heavy-duty trucks have left the stretch nearly inaccessible. Residents say the situation is severely affecting transportation and daily economic activities. While government touts the project as a major step toward easing congestion and boosting economic activity, many residents insist that the true benefit will only be felt when the roads are completed and the burden of construction gives way to lasting relief. Stanley Niblew, TV3 News, Accra.
Now to some environmental stories. Months of military raids, dozens of excavators seized, millions spent in the fight against Galamsey. And yet, the Nkobra River still runs brown. Despite repeated operations by security forces in the western region, the dream of restoring the river to its natural state remains out of reach. Irama Smith has more in this report.
The Pra, Tano and Nkobra rivers are among Ghana's hardest hit by illegal mining. The result, dangerously high turbidity that has made the water unusable for thousands of communities downstream. But the technology to reverse it already exists.
In the minerals engineering department, they are also taking samples from these same rivers and calculating how they can purify it. I want to say and put it on record that UMAT has the technology and the know-how to clear all the polluted rivers in Ghana if given the opportunity.
Over the weekend, the Western Regional Security Council, including the National Security and the Western Naval Command, patrolled the Nkobra to assess what months of operations have changed. Leading the team, Brigadier General Musa Waja, retired, said the permanent deployment of NIMOS in Nelemble is a turning point.
And there's some quite improvement in the capability of the river. I am with the opinion that now that NIMO has established their location at Nelemble, working together with the Regional Security Task Force, I think the Nkobra River will be restored to normalcy. There will be much more improvement. Except the only thing is that there is the need for constant, patrolling on the river.
The improvement is visible, but only on the surface. Illegal miners have abandoned direct river dredging. Instead, they've dug long water holes connected to pumping machines on the banks. After extraction, the toxic wastewater flows straight back into the river, undoing any...
Because of the water that they use in the operation, they always pump the water to their various side and then return the water that have been used to wash the soil are returned to the river. They are also decided the next line of action. Previously, it was directed that if you want to operate, you have to be about 100 meters from the river, and we think it's not the best. And the sector minister have said it should be a kilometer away. I think that is the best solution to it. So we are going to enforce that. to make sure that nobody wash their soil back into the river.
After hours of patrolling, the task force seized 6 pumping machines, 6 car batteries, 2 outboard motors, 3 boxes of engine oil, and 2 excavator control boards. The question now is, will enforcement finally stay ahead of the miners' shifting tactics? And will their authorities act on the technology that could actually restore these rivers? Irama Smith, TV3 News, Western Region.
Now, thousands of Ghanaian Muslims have begun departing for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to participate in this year's Hajj pilgrimage as flights from Accra officially commenced following 8 earlier departures from Tamale. My colleague Nura Mohammed has been monitoring the takeoff at the Hajj village and brings us this report.
Pilgrims in Accra have begun departing for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to perform this year's Hajj pilgrimage, with the first flight taking off today, Monday, May 11, 2026. Now, this follows the successful departure of 8 flights from Tamale over the past week. And in Accra, 9 flights have been scheduled from the Accra International Airport, with 1 already en route to Saudi Arabia. Mohammed Amin Lamte is the Director of Communications at the Pilgrims Affairs Office.
The Tamale first phase of airlifting Ghanaian pilgrims to Saudi Arabia has been very smoothly. We planned for 9 flights, but we did 8. Now, out of the 8 flights, we're able to, accumulate a total of 3,075 pilgrims. That was for the 8 flights. So we're left with about 48, backlog that we transported them to Accra. The prospective pilgrims also comported themselves. We've never had any chance of maybe finding out from them any single thing that has been prohibited. So that is the good news about the Tamale process. So we are back to Accra.
433 people have been airlifted from Accra today, and over 6,000 Ghanaian pilgrims are set to perform Hajj this year as they seek to fulfill one of the pillars of their faith, Islam, and to embark on this deep spiritual journey with Allah. I am Nura Mohammed, reporting for TV3 News from the Hajj village here in Accra.
Away from that, 40% of treated water from the water plant is lost before reaching consumers. Ghana Water Limited says aging transmission infrastructure serving the Accra East have suffered multiple ruptures, resulting in extensive loss of treated water and deeply supply challenges across several communities. A report by my colleague Stanley D. Lowe.
For close to 2 years, Ghana Water Limited has struggled to recover investments made into the treatment and distribution of potable water from the Akpong treatment plant. 40% of output from the facility, which supplies communities across Accra East, including Tema, Bong, Ningo and Pram Pram, fails to reach end users because of deteriorating transmission lines. At the Akpong treatment plant enclave, a 21-inch transmission pipeline conveying treated water to downstream settlement has ruptured, discharging huge volumes of potable water into the environment. Within the same enclave, an 8-inch distribution pipe connected to the main transmission line and serving communities along the Akpong-Tema stretch has also burst, leaving treated water flowing uncontrollably into surrounding bushes. Engineers identified 4 major defects within a 2-kilometer radius. The situation around the Akuse Junction area was no different. Technical officers say the pipelines laid several decades ago have outlived their operational lifespan and are now highly susceptible to recurrent failures. The consequences are already being felt across beneficiary communities. For years, residents in Kpong, Pram Pram and adjoining areas have battled irregular water supply, with many households increasingly dependent on private water vendors charging exorbitant prices. Managing Director of Ghana Water Limited, Adam Mutawakilu, together with other officials, visited Kpong to inspect the damaged sections and assess ongoing remedial works.
2024 financial statement did indicate that Ghana Water Company records non-revenue water. That is water we produce, but we can account.
about 52.2%. And that trigger as a new management to investigate. And we identified two main reasons why we lose so much water. One is stealing, theft, and one is physical leakage.
At the Ghana Water Central Workshop in Tema, engineers are fabricating metallic replacement pipes for the defective underground transmission network. The newly manufactured pipes are expected to undergo sandblasting and protective coating ahead of installation.
We do two different coatings here, the outer and the inner coating. The inner coating we use a food grade because it is going to transport water for consumption. But the outer one we use different coating just to prevent the rusting.
Officials say repair works are expected to be completed within 3 months. Already, Ghana Water says it has invested 5 million cedis in the fabrication of the pipelines. Meanwhile, Ghana Water Limited says 390 households in Accra have been cited for illegal water connections, while investigations continue into 20 companies suspected of tapping directly into major transmission lines.
And we have been able to accrue about 60 million Ghana cedis, and so far recovered about 3.7 million cash. People are taking water off. Some of them are not metered. Over 20 takeoffs on that line. So Wednesday, 10 o'clock, I'm meeting the technical team to see how we can resolve that one.
The recurring pipeline failures at Pong not only expose the fragile state of critical water infrastructure, but also underscore the growing cost of deferred maintenance as thousands of consumers continue to endure shortages while millions of gallons of treated water are lost daily. Stanley Niblo, TV3 News, Pong.
To some other stories now, as constant efforts to decongest the capital appear to yield little long-term success because traders continue to return to pavement and roadsides shortly after enforcement exercises. Concern remain over the lack of sustained monitoring and continued efforts and enforcement as the problem persists, especially in La Paz, where traders say they have not been given any better alternative to sell. Christian Yali reports.
I'm going to run a 24-hour city, so we are not sleeping, we are working it every day. So it means this will be, it's not going to be 90 wonder.
This happened last year in May when the Accra Metropolitan Assembly embarked on a citywide decongestion exercise to clear street traders and unauthorized structures from pavement. It was not going to be a 9-day wonder, as was said, and since then, the mayor and his team have, from time to time, visited targeted locations within the Central Business District to attempt restoring order and improving urban mobility. But when the officers dressed in AMA vests leave, little is said about the impact as many of the traders return. Just last week, Thursday, May 8th, the Greater Accra Regional Minister, the AMA Mayor and city authorities stormed La Paz on the National Road 1 to stop traders from selling on the pavement. They were to leave the space by Monday, but that had not entirely happened. Traders say they have no other place to settle.
Because we are trying SS4, we are trying university for low.
Many of us here take loans to do business. Evicting us from this place will erode our source of livelihoods. We have children we are taking care of. I have been affected by this exercise. I currently do not have a place to sell. They should open the space around the footbridge for us.
Chairman of the La Paz Traders, Samuel Bamfo, says authorities should make a space around the footbridge available for use so the pavement can be free.
Because single parents
we cannot evict everyone. Some are single parents surviving on this trade. We are selling here due to hardship.
Sometimes the other side, and so footbridge.
We can use the space below the footbridge. Authorities are expected to return to the location to enforce the directive. The situation reflects a difficult balance between enforcing city order and protecting livelihoods of hundreds of informal traders who depend on these basic commercial spaces for survival.
And that brings us to the end of News Morning here on TV3. For more news, please check our website at 3news.com. I am Enyonam Haliga. New Day continues.
In a world full of noise, clarity matters. Stories shape us, ideas challenge us. An honest dialogue moves us forward. This is a space for depth, where voices are heard and perspectives matter. Conversations with Dr. Abnanya Kwasmeni, coming soon on TV3.
TV3 First.
See you back, Charlie.
Good
Welcome
to see you. Good to see you.
I only see you on some song as well as other tour events.
I know, right?
Sit down.
I see you on TV.
You see you.
I see you guys on TV. I've been watching you constantly.
Sometimes when we're having the streams, I see you Bella Mundi. You know, sometimes that thing can.
So why is that when you say good morning to everybody, you don't say good morning, my dear Bella?
No, because I don't want to tag you so that they will know that.
I think they already do. So usually they would ask me, where are you? Why are you not appearing? Yeah. But even yesterday, I saw that you said good morning. You were asking people,
I was doing my shenanigans in
there. Was a funny comment though. There was a guy who said, I think he said his girlfriend has left him.
Yeah.
So he's not happy.
It's called Sam. Is it Sam Raccoon or Sam?
I think someone. So.
Yes.
But
he always says in the morning that the wife has taken the remote.
Oh,
or
so
has
he's not
switched
able
the channel.
To watch.
Yes,
that's why he goes online. At least you have a phone. It's fine. You can manage. But have you been?
I've been okay.
Yeah.
How have you been?
I've been fantastic. Thank you.
Good to have you back.
It's good to be back.
You're in for the long haul, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, I believe so.
I believe so.
It will be well.
We're in. Don't worry. We're not going anywhere again.
It will be well.
Yes, but good morning to everyone as well. And for all of you who've been concerned, asking questions, well, I'm finally back, and I believe it's going to be a great rest of the year. So I look forward to a lot more exciting things. And Papa Ro is here, so you don't even have any problems in life anymore.
Not at all.
This one, Papa Ro says he's giving everybody momo.
you are back with your mischief.
he's providing momo. So send me your numbers on the stream.
Myself, I need momo.
Oh, you need?
Yeah, I need a momo.
From who exactly?
And anybody else who can give us. Well, certainly. But today we have some great exciting content. We're going to have the minority leader just before 2025. By close of 2024 was the majority leader. And he's been juggling through the transitions, etc. So Alexa Penyo-Makin, the Member of Parliament for Futu as well, will be in the studio. We'll have some great interactions so far.
I'm actually looking forward to that conversation.
Yeah, me too. I don't know. Yesterday I saw it as a surprise. So when I saw it, I said, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And we're going to have some great conversation.
Definitely.
He and I, we come from the same hometown. My mom comes from Chiama in the Volta region.
Oh, okay.
And that's where I come from, my hometown as well. And the dad.
So you're maternal.
Yeah. So his paternal side, that's the dad, also comes from Chiama.
Oh.
So we're hometown buddies. So we're going to talk about how we intend developing the Volta region and then our town.
And I mean, beyond that, you're also a part of you is also from the central region, or is it the western?
No.
Oh, not at all.
Yeah.
Oh, why did I think you were? Because you speak very good Fanti as well.
Yes.
So I figured you were. So I was going to say that you both also come from that side of Ghana. I'm looking forward to that conversation. I think it'll be a very exciting one. He hasn't spoken much in recent times, has he?
Oh, I think he did. He was on news file blasting Yoko Boss Remonacha.
That's true, actually.
So I asked him one or two others as well.
Probably that.
Yeah, but it promises to be an exciting time, especially the MPP going through their reorganization. They're having their local party election, so to speak, from the constituency level down there towards the upstate, so to speak. They call it top-down approach. So we'll see how that goes. What are you discussing for Big Issues?
Well, this morning as well, so we'll be looking at the value for money office bill that was signed into law yesterday. And of course, we're looking at ways by which we can save ourselves from that 2.36 billion that we lose annually to procurement issues as well. So we'll look into that, and then we'll talk about Ghana's renting scheme as well, because again, the law says that as a landlord, you cannot charge more than 6 months. In fact, ideally, you should even charge monthly. But we still have people who are charging 1 year, 2 year, 3 years. And the problem is the fact that the people who are also looking for places to live are not reporting to the Rent Control Department, because if you do that, you're going to lose. You need a home to stay in. And so look forward to that conversation. We have a number of guests who are joining us this morning. One, Dr. Victor Kuto, who's a board member of VRA. Dr. Ramsey Nusa, Director of Research, United Party. Aaron Esiedo Entry, NPP Comms team member. And Austin Bracco Powers, private legal practitioner. He'll be joining us. Of course, all of them.
Please, the name again. So Wanda Kuto, then you have Austin
Bracco Powers. We have Aaron Esiedo Entry. And then Dr. Ramsey.
Alampine. Okay.
Well, Aaron is called Alampine.
Yeah, Alampine.
Am I allowed to call him that?
Yeah, you can. AKA
it's an open name. Okay.
That's how the MPP guys know. He's a great guy. Yeah, great addition.
I see. I'm looking forward to meeting him.
He's a great debater.
I think out of all the three of them, I've only met Wanda.
Wanda Kuto, yes, you have.
I think so. Yes. Dr. Ramsey, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I don't remember, but we'll see.
Yeah. Well, with the UP, I'm sure you have. Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, probably, maybe. All right, so we promised to give you that great conversation, but for this morning segment, we're discussing the new legal reform bill that has now been passed into law, so to speak, because the president has assented to the bill. And it gives various options and a new structure for you to get legal education. All right, so we'll take you through that. And then we'll ask you the question, what do you make of the new legal reform law? And then also, how can you navigate if you already have some bachelors in law, etc., for many of those accredited institutions? All right, so that'll be up next.
You're welcome back, and this is TV3 Newday. I'm here with Roland Walker. And just before we get into our this morning segment, where we'll be discussing the Ghana renting scheme, we want to hear from you what exactly your concerns are. I mean, I feel like it's a broken record. We constantly talk about renting issues in this country. Even the president just 2 days ago was also lamenting about the difficulty in getting even tenants to report landlords who are demanding more than 6 months advance at once. And so we'll get into that. But before that, Roland is on standby. And just yesterday, the president assented some bills into law. One of them being the law reform, legal education reform bill as well. And so he'll run us through it, especially for those of you in that space who want to better understand what exactly this reform brings to us. So,
well, so as part of the bill, inherent in there, we have a new body called the Council for Legal Education and Training. They will be replacing the General Legal Council in regulating legal education in Ghana. The reform will also allow accredited universities to run the law practice training course instead of concentrating professional legal education only at the Ghana School of Law. And subsequently, it also gives, instead of the Ghana School of Law. Holders of Bachelor of Law degrees will now apply directly to accredited universities for practical legal training before then writing the bar exams. Now, the universities are required to introduce disability-friendly legal education reforms, and those universities referred in the law are those accredited. They must also establish grades review committees to handle students' complaints over marks and grading fairness. The duration of the Bachelor of Laws degree remains 3 academic years in the new law. All right? And then subsequently, universities can then disqualify students who consistently fail first-year examinations. The law practice training program will also last just a whole academic year from September to June, if well streamlined. And then persons who fail the bar exam can then take remedial courses, and then they have to do reset of these examinations at that level. For foreign trained lawyers from countries who currently will have to take a post-call examination with some arrangement with Ghana, they then can qualify for enrollment on the roll of lawyers after satisfying specific conditions. The law revokes major sections of the old Legal Professions Act 1960, Act 32, effectively dismantling the old legal education framework. And Bella, that's it for whoever wants to get this sort of education.
That's interesting.
Yeah, quite interesting.
That's interesting, especially the part that says that, you know, the institutions can now take students out of the schools if they consistently fail their first year exams. But when we say consistently, so how many times are you allowed to rewrite?
Well,
before you are kicked out?
Technically, we already do have means by which, if you don't meet a grade point average rates, then subsequently it will mean that the university has the impetus or the obligation to take you out based on their own specific rules internally if you're able to meet those grade point averages. So
I know there's some confusion as to whether it affects those who are yet to write the entrance exams, whether it takes effect now or takes effect from next year.
So provisions have been made in the new law, so that for those who already have existing bachelors and want to make an entry, and then it also means that you have to apply to the accredited institutions.
I see.
Yes.
Okay.
But already, the current law makes provision for the Ghana School of Law, which has been mentioned in the law as the only accredited so far. Subsequently, announcements will be made as to those that have been accredited. Before the president assented to the bill, and then getting into law after we have this, we had institutions being mentioned, i.e. we have the University of Ghana, we also have the University of Cape Coast, the traditional universities, and then they added GIMPA as well.
Okay. Well, I'm sure subsequently we'll talk about it and give you the chance to further understand. Of course, we have Papa Ro here. He's the king of law. So he would explain to us exactly what it is that we need to know. But now let's talk about rent in Ghana. And that seems to be a major problem for many Ghanaians who do not own their own homes and as a result would have to find a place to rent, at least for a number of months or years. For a long time now, most of us have been renting, you know, and paying advance of about 2 years, 3 years. In some cases, I've even had 5 years. People are actually paying 5 years if they can afford it and if landlords so demand. But there's been a law that says that you cannot, as a landlord, give out your place for more than 6 months rent advance. So it's either 6 months or you collect it monthly. But unfortunately, there are still landlords who are collecting more than 6 months. And they would explain to you that, well, where was government when I was building? When I needed money for cement and sand and all that, you weren't there. And so I don't see how you now come in later to determine how, you know, I should collect my rent. And that seems to be the concern.
Yeah, but it's a main problem. The concern is that how do you punish a landlord who says that these are terms and conditions? So the onerous responsibility lies with the rent control department?
Yes.
So that they enforce what the law is. If you enforce the law, irrespective of who the landlord is, then you know that you can't get the better of that landlord.
Yeah.
Because sometimes the terms that they set and then the rates for which you have to pay as rent is just exorbitant.
It is. That's true. And I think I saw recently, credit to 1957 News, he was with the rent control boss and he visited some hostels across the country and across the city as well. And there were places where the owners of these institutions or hostels actually ran away when they heard that the rent control boss was coming, because they went to inquire why some of them constantly increase rent every year for students. Some are paying 7,000 Ghana cedis for 4 in a room, 6,000, and you wonder because it doesn't come with any extra amenities apart from the usual. So why are they taking that much? And this morning we want to hear from you as well, wherever you are. Are you currently renting or are you looking for a place to rent? And what are the terms and conditions that these landlords are giving to you? Are they fair enough? And how are you able to ensure that if they're demanding for 2 or 3 years, you know exactly what to do? Because now we're hearing that you can actually go to rent control departments and report some of these landlords. But if you do, what difference does it make? That's the other concern as well. So the phone lines are on your screens right now. You can call us. Let's have that conversation. We want to hear from you and understand what exactly you have to say. Yeah. Okay, we do have a caller right now. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, boss. What's your name and where are you coming from?
My name is Peter T. I'm coming from Sukura.
Okay, talk to us.
Hey, what have you been?
I've been around.
No, it's been 25 years meeting you. Why?
I even thought I was 26. Thank you for reducing it by 1 year.
Peter T, you are one.
but I'm back. I'm back now.
Anyway, we thank God that you are back.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, yeah. Let me seize the opportunity, especially your platform, to say good morning to Alaji Okongo. You know, yeah. And then also Alaji Madi, you know, that is the director for Operation NDC. And then Honorable Ashali Tete, you know, he's also National Security Greater Accra Region for Operation. Yes. Let me, you see, this rent matter, government has to be very careful the way we deal with the people who have no means to have their own, stay, that means their own houses, and then have to go and rent. Because this matter has been on now for some time. You know that many a times when we get to this stage, you know, there's a proverb that says that a hungry and desperate person is always very dangerous. And these are the people that give government, every political party who wants to win any election, you know, the mandate to become a government and then a president. So we are begging. Something must be done to this, because you cannot go and you have a little on you just to have a place to stay. And then you have to take through so many, means of getting yourself exhausted. I get me. Sometimes the little that you have, that will take care of the family, because you don't have a place to stay. You must depend on that little to go and rent. And renting to becomes a problem. Yeah. You are going to rent. Yeah, you are going to rent where to stay with your family. And they'll give you so much amount.
But do you know that? Do you know there's a law that caps, rent to just 6 months? And so if you have to pay, it's just 6 months you have to pay. And no landlord has the right to demand more than that?
But are we supervising? Are we monitoring? Are we engaging the landlord and make sure that the writing is done? That is the problem. If there's a need, we should have this stakeholders, meeting, landlords meeting. And government must take charge. The government must take responsibility to ensure that there's a law, a particular law, that will ban all these landlords as to what to do to be able to satisfy those that have, no means. I mean, these are the problems. The government should do something.
Definitely.
So there should be something that will ban all these people. If you go extra mile, you have to be punished for that.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. Peter, that's his name, I believe. Yes, and at this point, Peter T. I see.
Alaji Peter T.
Oh, Alaji Peter T.
No,
not good, Alaji. Anyway, so quickly before we take some more callers, we have the acting commissioner of the Rent Control Department who recently visited some hostels unannounced to find out why they were charging exorbitant fees, from students. Especially also finding out why they were doing that consistently every year when students had to get back into school. So let's take a look at that, and we'll come back and pick some more callers.
And you are being regulated. So whenever you have the registration, you must place it here. It means you're not registered. But if it happens you're not registered, just me Monday, this hotel will be closed down. Because you are it's illegitimate. You are not registered. I don't want to be sure. But if it happens that you have to come tomorrow 12 o'clock, if it is true that tourism authority have not registered, and also the conditions are found here, it's not the best. And if you don't do that, then get yourself that you are closing down.
Acting Commissioner for the Rent Control Department.
He's been up and about.
He has.
Very busy.
He has.
Yeah. Somebody was commenting on social media whether he won't be made to back down. But I think that so far he's been forthright. Yeah.
Very valid question, because we see that a lot, where, we have people up and running, trying to get things done right, and then just because of a few complaints, for some reason, they go quiet. But I hope that he continues. But can he visit every hostel, every home in this country? Because it's not just the hostels.
The Rent Control Department is supposed to have various divisions or other offices across. So hopefully They'll be able to do that.
Well, I believe we have another caller.
Yeah. So we have another caller. What's your name? Where are you calling us from? Hello?
Hello, good morning, my brother.
Good morning, Honorable. Please, what's your name? Where are you calling us from?
My name is Baba Katan. I'm calling from Eskar Katan constituency.
Esikado, okay. What do you make of our topic for this morning?
Thank you this morning. Let me gratitude to my regional chairman, Nanetoku, whoever you are. You are telling the constituency executive, you are doing a fantastic job for this region. Now you have 15 seats. You are telling to them to vote for him for another second term. My brother, this house matter is the government matter because then to get money to rent houses by this time it's very difficult because of job all of us we are doing. Somebody you are doing some job in this country. The end of the month, we are earned about 1,000. Personally, we earn about 1,000. If you go and rent the house, the house owner, we are telling you to pay about 3 years advance, about every month, maybe 500. It's very difficult to that person. We are telling the government to speed up the house you are building for Ghanaians. If you're doing that, at least all of that, you don't have any amount to go and pay through the amount. You can get opportunity for that to go and rent the house. You are telling the government for this money to do for this for us. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your contribution. The phone lines are still open, and we want you to share your thoughts on the housing rental system we have in Ghana. We know that the boss for the rent control department has been doing some inspections, and the latest has been at one of those hostels on the campus of the University of Ghana, or that serves students of the University of Ghana. But what do you make of the structure we have in Ghana? We also know that inherent in the law, 6 months upwards should be the duration for you to charge rent as a landlord. We have more callers.
Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good to hear from you. What's your name, sir? Where are you calling from?
I am Papa Alex calling from Kumasi.
All right. Talk to us, sir.
All right. So let me first of all use this opportunity to say hi to my wife, who is in the US. Yesterday was our second anniversary.
Oh, happy
and so
anniversary.
I want to tell her that I love her so much.
We love her for you too.
Thank you. Thank you, Bella. And you're welcome, Bella.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, so with the rent issue, just recently I rented a place in Kumasi, and Bella, I had no option than to pay 3 years advance. Three?
When you say you had no option, what exactly do you mean?
I have no option because I need the place. It's closer to my workplace. And I wasn't the only person who was kind of interested in the place. And so I had the initial agreement with the landlady that I'm going to pay. The landlady was supposed to take 2 years. But later she told me that someone is also paying and the person wants to pay 3 years, and even the place is not easy. So the sad part is the place is not ready. And she wants to take my money to make sure that she get the place ready for me. And so I've even paid the money for more than a month, and the place is still not ready for me to use.
You haven't moved in yet?
I have not moved in yet.
What is her reason for not giving you the keys to the house?
Yeah, so her reasons was because she's still supposed to, make tiles, window frames, wiring, a lot of things. So she doesn't have the money to continue, but then she has to take the rent to continue the place.
So at this point, when you move in, is she going to extend the period for you? Because you've already missed 1 month.
Yeah, so the agreement is the rent period will start when I move in.
Okay.
So even if it takes 2 months, it will start the time that I move in.
I know you say...
I don't know.
Sorry for interrupting, but I know you say you didn't have a choice than to go ahead and pay 3 years advance. But are you aware that per the law, you can actually go to the Rent Control Department to report some of these landlords and landladies for insisting on taking more than 6 months?
So, Bella, you see, that's the problem. Because of demand for houses. Okay, I don't know what the government can do, to, help. Because there is a high demand for houses, for places, for rooms. And so we, the tenants, need the place even more than the landladies and landlords renting out their places. So for you to go and report, that means you're also not going to get a place.
That's the problem.
So so I think the government has a major role to play when it comes to regulating the rent issues and all that. Because other than that, the landlord can decide not to give out his or her property.
Yeah.
And what will we do?
That's tough.
So it's a major issue.
It is indeed. And thank you so much for sharing with us what you are enduring and going through as well. And the president said this just 2 days ago, pardon me, that his major concern is the fact that those who need the homes cannot go and report because they are also in need of a place to stay. And just like this landlady, there are lots of them who say, bring your money now, or I'll take someone else's money. And then you stand the risk of losing that home that you found.
And prevalent could be also the consistent victimization by the landlords who have the properties, because they are the owners of the property, so they kind of will be dictating by way of their behavior, not necessarily in conformity with the law, but undertaking that and then flouting the regulation in itself. But for want of not having an abode or an accommodation, you just have to comply and you can't report. It's like many abuses that all of us tend to suffer in the society, generally, that we don't tend to speak out as a result of, for fear of being victimized.
That's true. And I think we have Farouk as well on the line, Roland.
Okay, Farouk, good morning.
Fatal,
where are you calling us from? Okay. What do you make of the rent situation in Ghana, especially in the areas where you've lived? Oh, bit me aka.
Moya de nyamenshira mo pa. Me fa konye na mecha incoming national chairman want to me chairman ba ko pe. Asama mo dia fi yanim no. Ghana ha. Nyema e fa yanisi no. Isi mi no ka se enye ne mapapo. Health minister yestreno.
Fatal. Okay. Samuel, you're calling from where?
Yeah, good morning.
Yeah, Samuel, go ahead.
Yeah. Roland, good morning so much, and then good morning to, good morning, Roland.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Roland, good work, and then good morning to Bella.
Good morning. Good morning to you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, Bella, Roland, I think what the government is taking is a very good initiative. But first of all, let's look at the affordable houses that they've built and left it rotting, or what should I use the word. After it's first things first, I think they have to look at some of these affordable houses for the needy and whatever it is, those who can afford those places, and then they'll go in. Then we tackling this rental system. It's a good initiative, though. Some of the landlords too are killing us. But I think we should look at some of this. If you come to WA, during Kufuor's regime, we acquired a land around a place called Syria. The land is still lying there up to now. No foundation has even that. So I think if some of these affordable houses are being put up in a Ghanaian system, that one is going to help us more than we tackling this rental, because I cannot build my house and then putting a law, and then the government will come and change that law. Fine, it's a good idea, though. As Ella said, some of the landlords are killing us. And those of us who have not yet built houses, we found it difficult. I remember last 2 years, a military man built a house. I went there to rent, and then he told me that the place is not town, so I should give him money to do it. Which I gave him about 2,000 cedis. I followed him for almost 6 months. before he was going to put up that place for me. So some of these things is very hesitating. But we'll play with the government to check up on this affordable housing so that at least it also is a way for some of us who are still coming back. God bless you so much.
Thank you, Samuel.
That's an interesting one. And as at April this year, there was officially the launch of the Ghana nationwide rent card. And so as a landlord, you have to now register online and ensure that you cannot charge arbitrarily unless the rent control department has approved your charges. And beyond that as well, you need to get this rent card that provides a legal document between you and your tenant with all the details required with regards to how much you're charging, who your tenant is, etc. And all these things, well, we're supposed to ensure that it's done. And if it's not done, then you have to go and report. Now, we also are told that there's a dedicated rent task force identifiable in yellow uniforms. They're supposed to work alongside the MMDAs to monitor rental agreements to ensure that landlords issue legally valid tenancy documents and track rental income through the Ghana Revenue Authority. And so this is something that was launched just in April. I don't think I've seen any men or women in yellow uniform going through the communities checking. But then again, I don't know if they have started officially. But if it was launched in April, I'm hoping that they can start as soon as possible. But the concern is, if you come to me and I tell you that you didn't give me money to go and buy cement and stone, why are you now forcing me, to limit the number of months I can take? How do you address such an issue? Well, what's going to happen to these landlords?
It's not a matter of the opinion of the landlords. It's what the law dictates. And once the provisions are in the Act, it also means that the enforceability will have to be undertaken.
But that's the problem that we have in this country. We have beautiful laws.
That's
but
true.
are they enforced? That's
another
the
concern that we have.
Well, I believe we have another caller. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, sir. What's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Kasim, calling from Tema.
Okay. Kafi, what's the situation like in Tema?
The situation right in Tema, yeah. So this, what I'm about to speak about is not about even in Tema. It is in Mokola. With the company that I work with, we needed a warehouse at Mokola to hold our business there, right? So we went there, we found about 5 warehouses. And they all said they take an advance of 5 years. All of the 5 warehouses we found an advance of 5 years, nothing less than 5 years.
And this was in Makola, you say?
Yeah, Makola.
Okay.
Makola. So because of that size, because we are also not ready to pay for 5 years. Because we pleaded with them to pay at least 3 years, 2 years to start the business. When we started and everything is good, then we can, keep paying for the rest. But they said no, unless 5 years. So because of that, we are unable to get the warehouse till now. So it's a big problem to us. I think they should look into that too.
If I may ask, how much were they charging? And in total, how much would they have amounted to?
You said how much were they pricing?
So they said 5 years of rent advance. 5
years. Yeah, that's
how much were you going to pay in total? If you don't mind divulging.
Yes, one said 50,000, yeah, 50,000.
50,000 what? CDs?
Yeah, 50,000 CDs.
For the 5 years or per?
For the 5 years.
Or 50,000 CDs for the 5 years?
Yes.
And if you don't have that money, then it's impossible to...
Yes, so that's the problem right now.
That's a major concern. Well, thank you for updating us on this matter. And so what are you going to do now?
So we are still searching. Maybe we'll get the one that would take less than the 5 years. So we are still searching. That's the one.
Okay, so that means you are willing to pay more than 6 months?
Yes, we are willing to pay more than 6 months, but not up to that 5 years.
But the law says they cannot take more than 6 months. But you are willing to pay more than 6 months. Why?
So what I'm going to do, all the warehouses, the owner says they are going to take more than 6 months. And that's what we need to do. We also need a warehouse.
Yeah.
You understand? We can't bargain with them. We can't argue with them.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for sharing with us.
Thank
Do
you.
you think they need to relook at this law? Because clearly, if tenants are also willing to pay more than the 6 months advance...
So logically, once the law is stating, I believe that the law says that the landlord cannot take more than 6 months. And so if you pay more than 6 months to the landlord, I presume that the landlord is only holding post the 6 months rent in trust.
I like how you put it.
In trust, yes.
So savings and loans.
So you hold it when the 6 months is up, then you use it to offset the remaining. But you know that you can have a gentleman's agreement, so to speak. But the point is that once demand outstrips supply, it also means that we're going to have the landlords always dictating.
Yeah.
And people have preferences where they want to live and where they cannot live. So that's the concern. I think that practically it's not workable.
No,
it's not workable. It's not workable.
Well, but we have to find a way to enforce it.
Yeah, the enforcement, you have to enforce it. But if the citizens will be discriminated against, how do you make sure that after you've done your enforcement in the dead of the night, the landlord doesn't come in? Because sometimes you live in an area, you're used to the place, you're used to the accommodation, the community, and then all of a sudden the landlord is playing something fishy with you. So, yeah. I know we have to take a number of the message. You have a couple of them you want to read?
Well, I'll let you read yours.
All right.
Ahead.
So let me first start. Mamiaraba, good morning to you. Mamiaraba says that with the issue on the rent, there are other alarming factors. One, the landlords or landladies will then decide not to rent out anymore, which is also a huge possibility. Two, with the 6 months after, they might also increase their rents. As I'm talking to you, my landlady has increased my rent by 50%, and this is effective next month. It's not easy, Mami Araba. Mami Araba, good morning to you. And then PHK says that because the one in need of the house has no choice because he needs the room, he would pay for more than 6 months just to have a place to lay his head. We need more state housing projects to keep high rent issues in our beloved country. PHK. So Prince Henry Kofodia.
Oh, you call him PHK now?
He
calls himself PHK.
No, so Prince Henry Kofodia is PHK. That's
how
sometimes.
Okay, interesting.
And then Araba Segua Money Chikata says that sometimes I understand these property owners because there are some tenants, when they leave your house, the work you need to do to put the property back in shape, you have no idea. Although I don't agree with the insane increment of rent, sometimes the landlords in some instances have a valid point also. And then he says, I'm in my husband's house. Why? So you're not paying rent. Good for you. All right. Engineer Samacho, I don't know what you make of this though, but this one is coming from Samuel. That's Sherry Giovanni. Says that the rent system in Ghana is one where it seems there are no regulations. Landlords and landladies do whatever pleases them because they believe shelter is one of the basic necessity of life. The affordable housing system is not serving its purpose. The houses are left under the weather, to the vagaries of the weather, without being occupied. And so Sherry Giovanni is urging duty bearers to intervene and says good morning to Miss Agnes Che. You have some comments to read?
Yes, so Cabinet J also says that government should first build affordable houses, rent them out, and implement what it is prescribing for landlords. And once that is done, landlords will naturally comply. For now, my advice to tenants is not to rush into accepting these laws, or they may end up having themselves to blame. Ablade, why didn't government bring per charge of a room and enforce it on landlords to... Okay, I'm trying to understand this message. But Remedy, I don't know if you've read Remedy, but he says that rent control should focus on securing buildings owned by the government, such as affordable housing, and capitalize on them to address the current rent problems. How can you control something with only a law? There should be a better way to handle this problem. And it's very simple. Get more buildings under your control before controlling rent. Ghana is not getting anything right. I don't know why. Boogie Brown says, Bella and Roland, the government's so-called affordable housing is ranging from 1,500 to 2,500 Ghana cedis per month. Has the rent commissioner gone there to check and see if it meets the standard of that amount for its own housing facility? how much more to talk about individuals who have gone for loans with huge interest rates to build their own houses for rent. So though some landlords are going overboard, tenants can always find someone who's charging. I'll leave the messages here at this point.
All right.
Sometimes
so this one is coming
confusing.
from Sheikh Abubakar Ali Napar, the president founder of the Light Foundation, and says that rent issues in Ghana are very problematic. I think 6 months, as stated in the law, is okay. We need to help one another. Because a landlord today can be a tenant tomorrow, or a landlord today was a tenant yesterday. For example, in French countries, they're very reasonable. And when it comes to a rental issue, they start from 3 months and subsequently graduate to 6 months. And this is what we need to do as a country so that we help each other. Sheikh Abubakar Ali Napar. Kwame Edu says that I live in a house in which the landlord made me pay a rent for 2 years. Then just about a year and a half later, he came telling me that his brother was coming from the UK and coming to stay in my house. So he wanted to pay me the remaining 6 months that was left on my rent contract. So I moved out, not knowing he wanted to increase the rent. And then I got to know that he rented the place out to another tenant. This is how exploitative the situation is in Ghana. Courage Kotuka says, as a matter of fact, who am I supposed to report my landlord or landlady to at the rent control department if he or she throws me out of the room? Did the government or the rent control department make any provision for us when we are sacked from the room? The government should also make sure that cement prices are reduced so that we can build our own houses and stop living in rented houses. As for the government's decisions to expand law schools in public universities, it is a good move.
Well, we'll continue this conversation on the big issues, and of course, we'll be taking a look at the value for money office bill that's been signed into law as at yesterday to help us save some more money to procurement losses and all that. So we'll get into that. But before that, perk up your day the Milky Way with a rich, smooth taste of Perk Milk Shortcake. It is pure delight. Go ahead and enjoy it this morning with your morning tea, or I don't even know if you can have it with cocoa. Try it and let us know what it tastes like. But we'll be back with more. This is TV3 Newday.
In a world full of noise, clarity matters. Stories shape us, ideas challenge us. An honest dialogue moves us forward. This is a space for depth, where voices are heard and perspectives matter. Conversations with Dr. Abnanya Kwasmini, coming soon on TV3. Adisa Plus Parental Control helps you manage what your kids can watch. Open settings and select parental control. Enable the feature and create a 4-digit PIN. Choose a maximum content rating you're comfortable with. Any content above this rating will require the PIN. Restricted titles appear locked across the app. Trying to play restricted content prompts for the PIN. Correct entry unlocks access for that session. Multiple incorrect attempts can temporarily lock access. Parental control on Adisa Plus. Available now. Adisa Plus. Safe streaming your way. Adisa Plus Parental Control helps you manage what your kids can watch.
President this morning signed into law the Value for Money Office Act. This singular signature and assent will mean that going into the future, the Republic of Ghana and the government of Ghana will curtail public sector expenditure that has actually risen as a result of overinflation of government contracts. What we seek to do going into the future will be that we'll set up the office, and all single source procurement will have to go through the Office for Value for Money. In the past, the legal division of the Ministry of Finance has been the one that conducts Value for Money Office. They did not have the requisite skills and ability to deal with Value for Money. And so what we've done is to properly institutionalize the Value for Money Office. President Mahama, as part of his campaign pledge, promised to establish the Value for Money Office, and today he has graciously assented to it following Parliament's passage. I want to use this opportunity to assure the people of Ghana that the menace of public sector pardon of contracts and overinflation of contracts will be curtailed by this signature. What we seek to do is to use the next 6 months to properly constitute the office, nominate the leadership of the Value for Money Office, and constitute the technical team that will ensure the implementation of the Act. And so I believe that beginning 2027 January, this office will be fully implemented, and Ghanaians will see the need of a Value for Money Office. I have seen Value for Money Office being operated in other countries, and I can tell you for a fact that if there's one single office that can pay for itself from day one, it is the Office for Value for Money Office, because it's reduced public expenditure and obviously create fiscal space that will be used to develop other sectors of the economy. Thank you.
And so come January 2027, we're expecting that this office will begin operation, and hopefully we'll be able to manage our debt, our losses, and also reduce it considerably. But that is Honorable Kesiel Atuforsen. He is the Minister for Finance, and he gave us some details as to exactly what to expect with regards to the Value for Money Bill that was assented into law by the president yesterday. But interestingly, the minority in Parliament also has their own take on this matter. They're not so sure about, when this office is going to start and whether it's really going to save us some money. Let's listen to the minority leader in Parliament, Honorable Afenyo Markin, to hear what he has to say as well.
This law, if it is enacted, will rather be the right channel for corruption. This law will rather, Mr. Speaker, I know the minister means well by saying that let us model this. But, Mr. Speaker, the way it has been structured, it will not. Mr. Speaker, I've done some work. These institutions that he wants to follow their example. Mr. Speaker, these institutions do not have government appointees on them. Overseas, he should check it. The deputy minister is here. As we talk, members of parliament should just go on the internet, Google. The institutions that you are referring to in other jurisdictions, they are not government controlled. They are not government controlled. So if you want to still use a political system under Article 70 and 195, I've read the law. You are saying that the appointment of the board will be in accordance with Article 70. I've read it. Colleague, I am not just opposing you. What you are doing is wrong.
And that is Osahene Afenyo Markin. He is the minority leader in Parliament. And he says that as long as this office is going to be controlled by government, it is not going to work. I mean, what exactly is government, or what exactly is the government of Ghana trying to address with this new value for money office bill? Now, we're told that approximately Ghana loses about 2.36 billion Ghana cedis annually through procurement breaches, irregularities, and inefficient contract management. And these losses are often caused by sole sourcing, inflated contract prices, and they represent significant drains on public resources intended for development projects. Now, if you look at the annual procurement losses, that's the 2.36 billion Ghana cedis. Then we have contractor debt. As at March 2025, we're told that government reportedly inherited liabilities of 67.5 billion owed to contractors and suppliers. Just a few days ago, we heard from the roads minister, who says that beyond that 1 billion Ghana cedis that President Mahama had asked or had released to pay these contractors in April, they've actually paid a little more than that. And so just around 8 billion Ghana cedis is where he's saying they have been able to reach. But that is also up for contention because these contractors are still complaining that they have not received their monies. Now, when we look at failed projects and judgment debts, we're told that reports are saying potential losses of over $500 million is lost annually due to unnecessary power agreements. And then there's also financial irregularities. So beyond procurements, broader financial irregularities in public accounts have totaled over 18 billion Ghana cedis in a single year, and that was in 2024. And so these are some of these the concerns that this office would be addressing, and we do hope that it would work. But like the minority said, they are not sure it's going to work if it's going to be managed by government. In the studio, I have my guests seated and ready to discuss this matter. Right next to me, I have Dr. Ramsey Inusa. He's the Director of Research for the United Party. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
I hope you're doing well.
I'm doing well. Good morning to
Good
you.
morning to you. And next to him, we have Wanda Victor Kuto. He's a board member for VRA and NEC member of the NDC as well. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Yeah, by God's grace.
All right. Thank you. And then also, Aaron Esiedu Entry is a team member for the NPP communications team. Good to see you.
Good to see you too, and welcome back.
Thank you very much.
It's been a long break.
It has been, but I'm back. I'm back.
You went to reset.
I went to reset. Anyway, I went to reset so I can get 4 more to do more.
Well, let's see. It will depend on your behavior. You exhibit.
Before I can get a 4 more to do more.
Definitely.
So
you need to work on that.
I see. And also, Austin Bracco Powers is a private legal practitioner. Good to have you join us as well. I hope you're well.
Yeah, I'm doing well.
Austin, I'll start off with you. I mean, I've listened to the minority leader, and he says that it's not going to work because in other jurisdictions, these offices are not controlled by government. So if government is going to take over, then we're going to probably see another, maybe Office of the Special Prosecutor concerns being raised again. Where do you stand on this?
Bella, let me say good morning to your viewers. And to say that it is
too simplistic to conclude that this office is not going to work. Because that verdict should be born out of facts and data, and not because the so-called comparative analysis he claimed that he has done. Equally, I have also done the same. But to say that those who headed those institutions were not government, were not under government, or were not controlled by the government, is to overstate or overcorrect the matter. Because the thing is that those individuals were appointed by government officials. If you look at the UK system, for instance, theirs was modeled as a limited ad hoc committee. So it was not an office, or let me say a statutory organization or entity as we have it. And when you look at Canada, look at Australia, where our minister appears to have learned from or model our office from, they also have a different experience altogether. So to say that those officers were not controlled, the individuals, the leadership of those institutions were not controlled by the government is it amounts to an overcorrection of the fact. But, Bella, if I had my way, this office would not have been created as a legal entity.
Why?
And this is because, you see, Ghana, we have a very tragic history of having to create institutions, oversight institutions, to solve old problems. And often than not, the new institutions created to solve the old problems they often end up not even achieving their tasks.
Yeah.
In fact, we can list a litany of these institutions. I believe that if you look at the Public Procurement Act 2003, Act 663, the whole architecture is situated on value for money. So if anything at all, I thought under Act 663, Section 7 allows the PPA to create committees. I thought this could have been created as a committee under the PPA.
Okay.
Because, you see, Bella, we're having to create another institution to saddle the public purse. Yeah, in this country, the government is telling us that we are not generating enough revenue. So if you are not generating enough revenue, how then do you create another institution to burden the ordinary taxpayer? When you are claiming that the money that we give you every month is insufficient to run the country, let alone to undertake significant infrastructural projects. So I believe the government should have taken, a backstage analysis or conducted a backstage analysis to have created this as a committee under the PPA. Don't forget that the minister admitted that prior to the establishment of this office, the value for money analysis usually is conducted by the legal department under the ministry. And his conclusion was that they were not well capacitated to undertake that task. But imagine, these are the institutions, or these are people who have conducted value for money for several years. And you are saying that they are not well capacitated or equipped with the without knowledge to undertake these tasks. If not, why won't you train them? Why won't you bring the so-called experts in the other jurisdiction to come and train them? Let's not create institutions just to satisfy political expectations.
Is that what you think it is? Because if you listen to the minister, he says we're trying to address a problem here.
Bella, that problem had already been addressed. That's what I'm saying, that the issue with our inability to, in fact, exact value for money in the project that we implement has to do with weak enforcement. And also the lack of the limited consequences for non-compliance. The thing is that when the politician tells you that I want to undertake this project and this is the sum, don't forget that under the PPA architecture, they have to make sure that there's value for money. And even the procurement entity in that institution, in that government office, has also a responsibility, an enormous responsibility to ensure that there's value for money. So in fact, we have almost a 3-tier layer process. Why add another one?
You don't think that the minister considered all this before?
I think this was just a way of satisfying political promises. Because
you're thinking this based on what?
No, because the minister said that this is in satisfaction of the president's promise in 2024 during the heat of the campaign. It's a good idea, but I'm saying that used already the vehicles we have. Don't create another vehicle because you are coming to burden the public purse. That is already burdened. And you are saying that we don't generate enough. Ghanaians are not paying enough taxes. So if Ghanaians are not paying enough taxes, what do? Do you create another institution? When there are others, you could consolidate and equip them with the requisite tools to undertake that tax. But, Bella, beyond this conversation, they've passed the bill.
Yes.
Is now, and the minister is saying that in 2027, the office will be operational. But this is the thing. If this office is going to operate effectively, then there must be implementation discipline and limited political interference in the work. But with the political interference, I don't see it. Because government, the president will appoint you. And you are saying that when appointees of the government submit contracts, propose contract to you, you have the opportunity, the veto power to say that I am not going to allow this project to go through because of what?
Well, if you don't satisfy the requirements.
So, Bella, I'm saying that this thing, in fact, we'll run in full circle.
Okay.
And we'll come and we'll be discussing this very office. Don't forget that today, and some few months ago, we're having to give our verdict on the office of the special prosecutor. In a space of 8 years, we have to give, and some even gave their verdict on the office. This office, the value for money office, will come back full circle to give our verdict on the same office. But personally, I feel the vehicle of the opportunity the government had to change the system was not the mode that they used. They could have used the PPA Act, review the act, and strengthen them, rather than create another office to create coordination chaos.
Aaron, where do you stand on this?
So, Bella, before that, when you were absent and doing your research,
I wasn't doing a research. So let's not make that stick, because that wasn't what I was doing. I took a leave.
That is just by the way. Your team took us to, I think, 4 Points Sheraton, and we had a nice program at that hotel. It was on the 8th of April. So I relied on this news item by Ezra Radio that says that Kepa NDC executive accuses President Mahama's brother Alfred Mahama of alleged taking over of Subri Fante community mining site. So I relied on it and I stated. This morning, the same news item is still on the said media station's platform. And so Mr. Alfred Mahama called me that is not true. So out of the respect, I also equally retract that statement. But I'm urging him to also contact them, because as of this morning, you could clearly see that you have the said news on the platform. Now, Bella, back to the subject matter. You see, when I was listening to the lawyer Bracco Powers, I've been following him on Facebook, and he was saying that he rather disagrees with the position the Honorable Osahin Alexander Fenyomaken has taken, but ended up agreeing with him. He ended up agreeing with him because probably it is the reasons he used to arrive at that point that I would say are different. But you see, these are just smokes and mirrors. We are just running around circles, and as he clearly mentioned, we will come back to a point that we'll be discussing this office again. I fully agree with the minority leader, and also add to the fact that this is merely duplicity of functions. Because if you read what the Minister for Finance tabled before Parliament during the bill, and look at the reasons attached to it to achieve efficiency and all these things. Bella, you see, contract has about 3 stages. You do the pre-contract, you do the pendency of it, and the post-contract. And I can tell you on authority that our laws have already provided for it. If we don't take care as a country, we will now find ourselves that where people are failing institutions, people who are serving in government institutions are failing in their capacity to perform, we will end up creating another institution to burden the taxpayer. Just last month or 17th of March 2026, the Minister of Finance came back to tell the entire country that he borrowed 17 billion Ghana cedis to pay only salaries in 2025. And you are creating another office, which there are several offices serving these purposes. Let's start from even the pre-contracts. Let's deal with PPA. What is the work of PPA? The PPA Act that was established or passed somewhere in 2003, further amended in 2016, has provided for these structural checks to ensure there is value for money. When people in there are failing us, we must call them out. Today, I brought this document to show you one thing that is happening at the PPA. If you listen to the finance minister, he was commenting about single source and sole source contracts. This one, I'm not even going to single source contract. I'm going to restricted tendering. This was done by a Gold Board. They published it on their website, Gold Board. They wrote the letter. The letter was received on the 20th of June, 2025.
What does it say?
By the PPA. They were requesting for a restricted tendering. It is a award they gave to Standobe, the Deputy Chief of Staff. It will interest you to know that within 4 days, the letter was received on Friday, Tuesday morning. And in fact, if you read the Gold Board letter, they said that they have written the letter under Section 35. And Section 35 gives you 3 options you must state. The Gold Board did not state any of the reasons over there, but you get the PPA responding to their letter, granting the said restricted tendering, and even providing a reason for Gold Board. So this is institutional failure. And so it is the PPA we must call out. If the PPA wants to do a proper work, if Gold Board had submitted this, let me even give you one of their tender documents. See, they've written allow provisional sum of boardroom furniture, 1 million Ghana cedis, without a quantity. So boardroom furniture, 1 million Ghana cedis. If you want to do proper value for money, the PPA should have rejected this and asked the Gold Board to have done a proper work on this. So if you look at the inadequacy of or the inefficiency on the part of the PPA to serve as a stopgap measure in some of these things, we will go back again and create a value for money office or whatsoever name it is being called and burden the taxpayer again. Let's even deal with the during the contract and the
before that. So I want us to also educate our viewers just so they further understand. You did mention that there are some 3 things requirements that you must meet. I was hoping that you'd list them just so that when you are going for a restricted tendering.
I want to refer to Section 35 of the Act. I opened it, but I have it written somewhere. But
okay, you carry on.
First thing you do is that when you're going for a restricted tendering, probably the good or the service you want can be provided by some few people. That is one option you go under. And the second option you go under is that let's say you have done a competitive tendering and you've not even gotten any bidder, then you go. In any of these situations, Gold Board did not provide a reason for that. But you find PPA now providing a reason. Now, Bella, to even the PPA Act 2025, Minister Atoforsen did an amendment, and I brought the amendment over here. If you look at the amendment, there's Act 1139. He has introduced what we call commitment authorization. So for you to even come to be accepted or allowed or given the permit to go for procurement, you must go through all these layers that he will just check that, Charlie, what you are going to buy clearly meets the standard. There is money provided for it. PPA must do this value for money, office, whatsoever thing, not necessarily creating a new office. Now, let me deal with the last layer, the during and the post. Any contract that is given, say a road contract, a consultant is hired to inspect the works and ensure that when certificates are raised, then they inspect. So that is value for money. If the officers over there are failing in their work to do, it is not a matter of creating a whole institution to put in new people to satisfy party apparatchiks. It will rather burden the taxpayer and the public purse. As we have already stated by it's already been stated by the Minister of Finance that he borrowed 17 billion. New office, do you know how much we will borrow again to pay them?
So you stated the inefficiencies.
Yes,
Don't you want to at least give this office the chance, a fighting chance? And then if they fail at doing what it is they have to do, because clearly the PPA is not doing what it has to do, which is why we're having all these breaches. So shouldn't that be a reason why we at least give them a little window?
We shouldn't be happy as a country that we've given somebody a job. The person has failed, so we should set up another institution. But just as he said, the act has been passed. We have little or less to even do in this situation. But we should call on the government that where people have been given tax to deal with issues, they must address it. And they must be held to account of the monies we are paying them and not necessarily say that they are shaking responsibility.
Wonder, I mean, fair points raised by both Council and Aaron, don't you think?
Good morning to you, Bella. Good morning to co-panelists, and good morning to our viewers. This is a very important issue that we are discussing, but we need to put the matter in a proper context.
First and foremost, what is the reason, the rationale behind this law? In March 2024, the Deputy Minister of Finance was in Parliament at the back of a report by the Auditor General Department. Let me point out some key findings from the said report. A total of 8.1 billion Ghana cedi was rejected for various reasons. The report has to do with an audit on arrears and payables as at the end of 2024. At the time the MPP were living in power. So the Auditor General had audited the arrears and payables, and 8.1 billion was rejected for various reasons. Let me even read other portions of the said report. About 7.1 billion of the outstanding IPCs, by IPCs I'm referring to the interim payment certificates and invoices, which refers to requests by MDAs for payment to suppliers and contractors and certified for payment by various public officers across the approval hierarchies, have also been rejected. Although all these were approved, the Auditor General rejected all. There were bank transfer advices, BTAs, that were made without supporting documents. No contracts, no IPCs, and no evidence of executed work. Yet monies were paid. So this is the background. Laws are not created in vacuum. This is the background upon which the Ministry of Finance have decided to set up a value for office, a value for money office. This is the background. And let me tell you, let me even cite some other examples to you. They are talking about PPA. Fair enough. But the value for money office will become an additional layer. Where in this country, the PPA that's supposed to be the watch dog, the watchman to supersede all public procurement, were involved in the selling of contracts in this country. Check the Manasseh expose.
So deal with the people who are not doing their job.
You wait. You see, what were the issues even raised? Falsification of documents. Store receipt advice were falsified. They created paper trails to establish non-existing goods and services. And the value for money office is not something that is new. We are just strengthening it. It's done everywhere. In Australia, the Commonwealth procurement rules have been issued to check all public procurement in Australia. So it's not as though we are doing something new to kind of create jobs.
Well, in this country, it is new. And if we're saying that we're comparing to the likes of the UK and Australia, their laws work.
The Minister for Finance have told you that the value for money actually exists at his ministry, except that now we are trying to strengthen it because of the inefficiencies. Look, we're in this country, the public, PAC, what happens in Parliament? At the time, one of the chairmen at the time, Ajimamenu, did an excellent job. As soon as he was given Minister for Health, you saw how procurement was done under his watch. Faceless middlemen came in when we were purchasing COVID vaccines in this country. Faceless middlemen. So these are some of the things we want to address. Now let me tell you the essence of this new law, the benefits. The 4 E's: effectiveness, efficiency, economy, and equity, fair distribution. And all over the world, when we talk about value for money, is to ensure project appraisal, that public investment projects are done on the cost-benefit analysis. So this office is not created because of politics. I can understand where my brother Braku was coming from, that maybe is to give appointment, or maybe the minority leader said that, in other countries, it's technocrat that handles it. So it means that he agrees that the office is good, except that he's looking at those who run the office.
Is that not a fair point as well? I mean, are they not going to draw salaries? And is that not extra burden on the government purse that's already weakened?
Oh, but if you are bringing an office that will keep wastage, I don't think it's bad at all. I have just told you the monies that we lose in this country. As at March, 8.1 billion was rejected. And this is what we have identified. You can imagine, Bella, the number of wastage that have not been identified in this country.
I understand that, but again, just going back to what they said, that the PPA is already there. There's a law that enables the PPA to address some of these issues. They are not doing that. Do you think that the right thing to do is to create a new office instead of rather going back to the PPA, taking out the people who are not doing their job and rather strengthening the PPA with the right people to do the job so we don't have to now create a new office to handle procurement issues?
Bella, creating an additional layer, there's nothing wrong. From what we have seen, Bella, bank transfers being made without supporting documents. If you decide to create additional layer to check all of this, there's nothing wrong, Bella.
No, nobody's saying there's something wrong with it, but they're just asking that why are you not strengthening the already existing institution? Is it that you don't trust them even to the point that if you decide to strengthen them, they still won't do the job?
You know, for example, the Attorney General handles prosecution matters in this country. Yet, the whole country supports the establishment of an office of a special prosecutor.
Which in recent times has not been able to do much. There are people who have constantly called for the scrapping of that office.
I'm just telling you that when the office of the special prosecutor was being created, we all supported it in this country. There was that public joy when the Martin Amidu was mentioned as the special prosecutor. We're happy. Does it mean that the Attorney General had failed? No. It means that we are trying to solve a special problem that had existed. For the past 8 years, during the MPP regime, wastage. That's what we experienced. The PPA itself, that's supposed to supervise projects, was selling projects, they were selling projects in this country.
Just quickly before I go to Doc. So if you bring in the issue of the Office of the Special Prosecutor.
Look at the National Cathedral.
There's a reason why, hold on, there's a reason why at this point, Ghanaians are calling for the scrapping of that office. Because clearly, even though it did not state that at that time the Attorney General had failed at his or her job, we still created this office. It's been how many years of being in office and we've not seen much happening, which is why they're calling for the scrapping. You don't think that there's a possibility that we could see this recurring in the near future with this new value for money office that's also been established?
Bella, for those calling for the scrapping of the Office of the Special Prosecutor, they've raised constitutional matters. They have, for example, said that unless the Constitution is amended, Article 88, you cannot. So they've raised constitutional matters. But not to veer off from the main point, the value for money office is very crucial and it's timing. You see...
So you don't think we can compare the two?
Like I said, if you want to cure a mischief, you must come on head on to cure the defect. Look at the judges' bungalows that were demolished just to create space to build a national cathedral, which never happened. Was a value for money done.
Okay. Let me bring Dr. Ramsey in so that he can also share. I noticed you were nodding. In fact, when everybody was speaking, you were nodding. So I wasn't sure which side you were on, who you were agreeing with or not.
Well, Bella, let me say a very good morning to your cherished viewers out there. And say a very good morning to my colleagues on this panel. Indeed, this conversation has been predicated on different ideas and positions. Some coupled by political expediencies, some coupled by technical analysis and best practices elsewhere, and indeed, some also coupled by patriotism and with the people in mind. And that is the posture and the position of we members of the United Party. I listened to everybody speak about this issue, and indeed, I think that, to be very frank and fair, we in the United Party need more clarity on this act.
Okay.
Because we already have agencies that are enhancing our ability to have value for money. As some of my colleagues stipulated, we have the Public Procurement Act under Act 663 that enhances that. We have the Auditor General's Department. We have the Internal Audit Agency. We have Parliament under the aegis of the Public Accounts Committee. And then we have the Ministry of Finance. So all these agencies have the same specific goals. And so creating a new agency, seeks to propagate overlapping of mandates. And if you look at their objects, it's same as the PPA Act. And so we need clarity. Is it that the PPA has overlived its mandate or is not living up to its expectation, and therefore you think that we have to then create a new authority? Or we tackle the human capital aspect. And I believe that it is a human problem. It is not about the laws. Let's look at corruption in this country. Under the Organized Crime Report project, Ghana loses $3 billion to corruption each year.
Yeah.
Now, the question is, how many institutions in Ghana are fighting corruption? Police is fighting corruption. Yoko is fighting corruption. NIB is fighting corruption.
Now BNI.
Now
BNI,
yes, is fighting corruption. Right? OSP is fighting corruption. The AG's office is fighting corruption. Yet still, what has been the outcome against the fight against corruption? So we need to discuss these issues with all honesty here. It is a human problem. And until we tackle the root causes of this issue, we are not going anywhere. It's going to be a rubber stamp. Let us look at the genesis of all these things that we are discussing today. Why is it that people in public office inflate contracts? Why? For what reason? Bella, political financing is one of the root causes. Political financing. How parties and candidates are financed. Right? We've seen in the primaries of both the MPP and the NDC. Right? How delegates are being bribed for people to get into parliament. Are you telling me that when they come into power, they are not going to recoup their investments? And for that matter, we suffer as a result of such erroneous crimes that are perpetrated on the people of Ghana. My brother Wanda cited a very clear example that even undermines the PPA. Yes. That tomorrow and even today, investors elsewhere have lost trust in that authority. Can you imagine, and I'm giving this hypothetical example, an IGP caught in a robbery act and arrested by his own colleagues. Can you imagine that the PPA CEO was caught up in his own procurement shenanigans under the SWA administration?
Yes. Selling contracts.
Isn't that undermining our ability to fight corruption in this country alone? And that was a great disgrace to the nation. I have never heard anywhere in Africa or across the world that an agency that is meant to ensure that there's value for money, accountability and transparency, that the head, the chief watchman, was caught up in his own procurement shenanigans. And so we need to be guided here. We keep on passing laws time and time without number, right? But implementation is a problem. Execution is a problem because the fundamental issues are not tackled. If we tackle how political parties are financed, it's going to save us a lot when it comes to these issues. So I think that in bringing about a new law as they've done, we should strengthen existing ones. Okay. We should not have, because now, today, you are telling me that the value for money office is going to raise certificates, right? PPA is also going to raise certificates. Do you know that PPA also has a post-contract review? So then, which authority is going to manage what? There's a whole confusion here. And that is why the Ghana Institute of Supplies and Procurement and Suppliers has indicated that this new act is just propagating a whole lot of institutional confusion. And institutional fragmentation undermines the fight against corruption and accountability. Because procurement, right, value for money in itself is embedded in the structure for procurement processes and systems. And so it is not a standalone thing. You cannot just remove it and say that, okay, the PPA should deal with procurement aspects and then we will deal with value for money. No. Value for money, it's in itself is part of the procurement standards and processes. And it's the global practice, best practice elsewhere. If you look at the UK, if you look at the US, they have it embedded in their procurement systems and processes that there is value for money. And so if the PPA, under our laws, has been given the mandate to ensure that there's value for money, and they are not doing that, come on. We need to get people out of that office.
Well, in getting the people out of the office as well, do you then agree with what the minority leader is saying, that in that case, don't let government run this office or handle this office. Make it an independent office so that they are not, singing to the tune of whichever government is in power.
Bella, you are preaching to the converted. We in the United Party have intimated, time without number, that there is a need to metamorphose our current parliamentary system and inculcate a bicameral parliamentary system. We currently run a unicameral parliamentary system. For viewers, to break it down, we have only one chamber. And that chamber is a partisan chamber. We have said that we need to bring in a second chamber. That second chamber will not be made up of political actors and non-state actors. And the second chamber would have the mandate to appoint heads of independent constitutional bodies. And it will not be the sole prerogative of the executive to appoint heads of independent constitutional bodies. Okay. But that second chamber should have that mandate to appoint heads of independent constitutional bodies, so that tomorrow we will not say that this appointment is based on his partisan affiliation or the sacrifices he has made for this party to come into power, but because the person has the merits, has the wits to contribute to national development. So these are the things that I think that we should look at going forward as part of our constitutional amendment. So I think that, yes, I am not against the whole rationale and spirit behind this office, but I think that we should be able to rationalize and review existing laws and strengthen them.
Okay.
And indeed, support agencies more in the fight against corruption. And then bloated contracts.
Okay, well, good morning to viewers on Facebook as well. They are also sharing their opinions on this matter. And thank you to all of you who are saying welcome back to me. I'm very grateful. But Kenson says that, Bella, if your gas stove is not working and you have taken it to repairs, but it's still not functioning well, what do you do? So in essence, he's saying that then in that case, you get a new gas stove, I believe. I don't know. But let me see if I can get a few others as well. So Adolf says that Honorable Alan was also in that same government. Okay. Is that the PPA? Is that PPA CEO still at post? No, he's not, actually.
Alan, the PPA boss.
Well, I'm just reading comments. So Yusuf Abdul says there are enough institutions in Ghana to fight corruption, but no enforcement of the law is the biggest problem. PPA office is embedded with all these VFM office laws. Okay, I agree 100% with Inusa. Especially his stance on how political parties are financed. It is one of the reasons we're not seeing any progress with our fight against corruption. And PPA does value for money assessments every year, so there's no need for another office to do that. Money, good morning to you as well. And they are humans and can be bribed. There is no independent body anywhere. Everyone, one way or the other, votes for a political party. That's according to Money. And so for him, he sees that there's really no point in this at all. Hick Isaac says it's just a means to create job for the big boys, nothing else. Interesting one, I must say. Councillor, I'm coming back to you because, Wanda is also justifying why there's a need for this office. Regardless of what you say, he says that if the PPA is not doing the job, you need that body that will handle the situation for them.
I think across the aisle, the position has been forcefully pushed that we have always said that there has always been the need for value for money audits. In fact, it has been part of our architecture. I'm not sure anyone is saying is singing a different song. So Wanda is not really advancing a novel position. What we are saying is that we have different situated institutions that are already undertaking value for money audit. Why create another one? And what I'm trying to point out is that, Bella, this new office is good on paper, but in practice it will struggle because there are duplicated institutions that are performing. And how are you going to take, because as Inusa said, the PPA as part of its mandate also conduct value for money before even sanctioning contracts. So how are you going to take that authority from PPA? In fact, just imagine the chaotic situation that this will create. So, Bella, we are not saying this is a bad concept. We are saying that this is a concept that has been with us. But don't create a new institution. And I'm saying that this was created to satisfy, to appease their party members.
That's quite unfair to say to them.
You see, the thing is that
not?
sometimes when we want to create institutions, well, we shouldn't be swept by the grassroots. We should also look at whether or not the country is in a position to do that and whether or not it will be effective.
So you think that this is just created to appease the grassroots?
Don't forget the cardinal message from the minister, the Minister of Finance, Dr. Kesar Tufosin, is that this is in furtherance of the president's campaign message. That the president promised that he will create a value for money office, and this is in furtherance of same. I am saying that.
But is it not coming from a good place? So if you say it's to appease the grassroots, then it makes it look like they are the ones who are insisting that an office be created so they get a job.
It will come from a good place if they had rather strengthened the existing structures. That is when you are thinking in line with, in tandem with Ghanaians. But don't forget, we will create these satellite institutions. Tomorrow, we will be crying that we don't have enough to pay salaries. And like my colleague noted, the minister noted that they borrowed 17 billion. I remember during the heat of when during the, I think some of the labor force, some of the
spoke on 17.
Exactly. I remember that conversation. So Bella, and I even had issues with borrowing to pay for the compensation of workers because. And it fits into the broader conversation. We don't have enough money.
Now he'll borrow 18 billion.
Of our tax.
Exactly.
Now he'll borrow 18 billion.
So, Bala, we don't have enough money. You're adding another layer. And I see this as in fact, it will worsen the bureaucratic bottlenecks.
We're not speaking too soon.
It will worsen it. Bella, now, Wanda is saying that this will be another layer. So, how many layers do we want just to approve government contract? How many layers? Imagine the delay.
Yeah, the delay, that's another.
It will worsen the bureaucratic bottlenecks. I think it's a good concept. To my mind, the government should have rather strengthened, review the PPA Act, strengthen and create, because you see, Bella, I admitted that when you look at Section 7 of ICC history, the PPA has the power to create committees, satellite committees. The value for money office could be a committee under PPA. And again, when you look at Section 59 and 69, the whole provisions, it tells you that the PPA Act is structured or has an architecture of value for money, which should have been strengthened. But the government decided to go for a different option, which, to my mind, was not the best. Because looking at our situation, we should have created a different institution to cater for value for money.
But Wanda cited an example with the former PPA boss who clandestinely created a company and was now benefiting from contracts. And so how do you trust this same PPA to create some of these committees? Because again, they have that overarching power to decide what happens.
Value point. Well, I have said that I have always, even when the recent repeated attacks directed at the Electoral Commission, chairperson, and even the social prosecutor. You remember some Ghanaians or citizens sent petitions for their removal. I've always said that you don't remove people from office just because they are not doing well. You reform those institutions.
Okay.
Well, the things Wanda is mentioning, the incidents, the so-called scandals, they've been with us. And we've said that because they've been with us, amend the processes, strengthen the legal framework. But if you're adding another layer, whilst the rot is still continuing, how then do you solve it? Because now it will be the first layer. You are creating a third layer. So this first layer is still rotting, and you are saying that it will solve the problem. The new layer will solve the problem. It will solve the problem. And I've said that, he cited the report shared or presented by the Deputy Finance Minister in Parliament. In fact, that report, when it was discussed, it was riddled with inaccuracies. So let's be mindful.
Okay.
Because that particular report was riddled. Even the minister himself at a point, they admitted that there were some miscalculations.
Is it the one
which report are you talking about?
Ministry gentleman.
No, the Deputy Minister. The Deputy Finance Minister presented a report to Parliament with regard to procurement processes conducted by the previous administration. And I'm saying that, well, that very report was riddled with inaccuracy. So when we are meddling into, we are trying to, when we are trying to delve into specifics, we should be careful. Because even I think we had opportunity, Doc, you and I, we had opportunity to even, delve into this issue. So we should be careful, Bella.
Okay.
The thing is that there are issues. We said issues we believe that warrant some level of attention. But creating a new office space will not solve the problem. And that's my caution to our politicians. Because you see, you don't just create offices just for creating sake. You must ask yourself whether or not they will be effective, whether or not you are giving them the leeway to work. And Bella, before I
just briefly
conclude,
so I can move on to Aaron.
You know, this office is not independent. Cannot be independent.
It cannot be.
It's not presently, as it is constituted, it's not independent.
But it can be.
How?
If we so wish.
How? When the legislative framework had already been passed, the president has assented to same.
Yeah.
Unless they go to parliament and create it as an independent institution. But you see, this is going to be one such agency under the Ministry of Finance. And imagine, the minister, Dr. Kesa Tufos, will still have oversight responsibilities.
You don't trust that he will do a good job with that?
I don't believe so.
Oh, you don't trust that? Aaron,
this morning I'm sad.
Oh, you're sad?
I'm sad.
Well, quickly before that, Money says that then maybe they should repeal this act, the PPA Act, and close off the PPA office as well.
That would have been
because maybe that would be the way to go.
Bella, I am sad because my brother is a lawyer. Victor here is a lawyer. Wonder, is a lawyer. And understand... Wonder Victor, oh, that's fine. And understand how laws work. I want to ask him a very basic question. So if this value for office money or whatever
for money office
fails, they will create another institution. So it will be institution upon institution. You don't call it WAP logic.
Wanda, I'll let you respond to that. You let him build his point and then we'll come to it.
Now the point I'm making over here is that he mentioned and cited the PPA boss. He is a lawyer. He should appreciate what Article 19(2)(c) says. You don't go ahead to conclude that somebody is a criminal. You would even bring the tag alleged for us to know that it is already in court and they are dealing with it. That aside, I mentioned to you that...
But the Shraj not also go into this investigation as well after the expose?
Shraj is not a competent court of jurisdiction to pronounce that somebody is actually guilty for this.
But they have the mandate.
I'm not disputing it.
I'm not disputing it. What he's saying is, the thing is that Shraj's conclusion was to raise issues of conflict of interest. But Shraj did not pronounce him guilty.
Okay.
So you get it.
But if there is issues of conflict of interest, that means that there was to some extent.
No, you see, don't forget that conflict of interest is in a different realm. It's in a different realm. Okay. But the thing is that he is talking about the fact that the case is in court.
You understand it. Rule 38 of his own LI 2423 tells him that you don't make such pronouncements when there is a matter before the court. But you see, I mentioned Section 35. The actual thing is
even
Section
if
38.
He himself sort of
is a
admitted.
lawyer.
No, I'm just talking about the former PPA board.
Did he admit?
I remember. No, hold on.
Did he admit?
Not admit to. And what
if
I'm
he
saying
has
is,
not admitted,
I remember
it is within court. You leave it as such for the court to make a determination.
I remember when Manasseh was interviewing him when he did not know, and they asked him about, all these procurement breaches and stuff. He did say that it was wrong.
I'm not here to defend the PPA boss. I'm here to remind him that he's a lawyer and he must comply with Article 19(2)(c), not to be pronouncing people guilty when there are matters pending before court. Rule 38 of LI 2423 that governs him as a lawyer will tell him that he shouldn't make such pronouncement. Then again, I come back to the PPA matter. I'm mentioning that this matter is a human problem. If you look at Section 38 of the PPA's Act, it tells you how restricted tendering should be done. And I'm here back to mention the three options. First one, when there is a service or a good that only limited companies can do, then you resort to restricted tendering. Second one is that when you calculate the amount of money you spend in doing competitive tendering, that it will outweigh the goods or service you are going to procure, then you go to restricted tendering. And the last one is that where you go to competitive tendering and you get nobody to come in, then you now move to restricted tendering. Even with that, the law says that when the institution is applying for this approval from the PPA, the institution must state one of the reasons. And I'm mentioning that Gold Board in this letter did not state the reason. They only wrote that they are writing under Section 38. And the sad thing is that In attachment to their letter applying for it, you have one of the tender documents stating that allow provisional sum of 1 million Ghana cedis for office furniture. You don't even know the quantity. If the PPA had strong men to have actually looked through this, we wouldn't have a PPA who would rather be providing a reason for gold board. That is criminal.
Okay.
That does not strengthen our system.
Okay.
Please, let me finish.
Don't worry, I'll give you time to speak as well.
Please, I beg you.
Please land on this for me. I have very limited time.
Wonder comparing this to the OSP and making a lot of noise about the PPA boss. Wonder, you've been given power. Stop the complaints. If somebody is before court, you prosecute the person. Ghana, if you are construing Ghana as a company, is a going concern. Somebody takes over. Successive government continues the prosecution and move ahead. He was comparing this value for money to the office of the special prosecutor. I think it's either lawyer Braco or Doctor. Yeah. The point over here is that nobody, when you mention that Ghanaians are calling for the collapse of the office, no. The minority has been clear with it that we want the office. We have issues with the person occupying it. And I've mentioned
but you still want that office to stay.
I'm mentioning this because, Bella, the difference between your net salary and your gross salary as a public officer goes to the public purse. So when we create an office to protect the public purse, you must support that. But in that regard, persons who have entered into the space to serve must not serve at the whims and caprice of certain people and create a certain perception in this country that they are even persecuting a certain group of people.
Let me quickly ask a question.
Let me give you an example, then you come in. We were in this country. Let me ask this even basic question. If, let's say, Amma is raped, would Amma go to the police station or a lawyer? Where would you think Amma should go?
Okay, on that case,
is it a police station?
Let me also ask you.
I want you to admit so that I'll respond to your matter. Don't worry. Amma should go to the police station, right? Because it's a criminal matter. We are in this country.
Your own question.
Yes, we were in this country when Kisie Jabin went to Madame Cecilia Adape's house.
Okay.
Brought everything, ran through media, did press conference, created a bad perception for the government. Then, for him to come back a year later, telling the entire country that he has no authority or power to deal with the matter. Is that not incompetence?
Which is why he wanted to hand it over to you.
So one year you waste the entire country's emotions on this matter.
So just quickly, we knew that the PPA Act was there, and this is not to equalize, but just a question. So why then did we have a Minister for Procurement back in the day? Was it also to address some of these issues?
When we talk of ministers, Article 78 make it so clear that it is at the whims and caprice of the president. Let me not even use the word whims and caprice. It is his discretion to set out this. All that we are mentioning here is that the PPA is 7 days pre-contractual duties. Doctor even mentioned that even post activities, PPA does it. Do not burden the office that is already burdened, or the public purse that is already burdened. The same finance minister who was crying on the 17th day of March 2026 that he borrowed 17 billion Ghana cedis to pay workers is now recruiting another, creating another office to burden the public purse. That is the conversation we are having.
What do you think about the Minister of Procurement at that point? And this is not to malign anybody's integrity or anything. We're not talking about particular person. Did you think that at that point it was necessary?
Whichever way, or whichever purpose this question seeks to serve for you. That is to you.
It's not to serve for me.
I am saying that the president with Ghanaians, it is you.
I'm asking you a question. I sit here on behalf of Ghanaians and I'm asking that question.
we sit here behind.
Okay, but you're representing the MPP, are you not?
But the MPP, so they are Togolese.
It's a sect. No, nobody said they are not Ghanaians, but it's a sect. I represent the general board. But let me come to Wanda, because again, in that case, people are asking, and also they're saying it on the stream, that maybe you should scrap the PPA or review that act so that you can have this office, if you still insist on doing that.
Yeah, so whether or not we have to scrap the PPO, I'll come to that, but let me deal with some preliminary matters here. Let me start from my brother Braku, Austin. He raised the issue about, the Minister for Finance said it's a manifesto promise, this. But since when has it become wrong to implement manifesto promises? Since when? But I could appreciate and understand where it's coming from. Because in the past, people make promises, they come to power and deliver zero. MPP made promises, 1 village, 1 dam, 1 district, 1 factory. They couldn't implement any of those.
But is this being implemented to really address the matter? Because across the board on this table, I'm just making the point
that manifesto promises.
They have intimated that maybe we don't need a new office.
Bella,
I want to make this point.
So even if you made, so even if you made a promise and you come into office and you realize that there are already institutions that need to be strengthened to do the same work, you don't need to go ahead and still implement this manifesto promise.
Well, I've just told you that promises, laws do not come in the vacuum. At the time these promises were made, that was the time where the head of PPA was selling contracts. The PPA boss. Oh, my brother, allow me.
Okay, sorry.
Bro, allow me. You had your time. Allow me.
Are you the one talking about?
My brother, allow me to flow.
Victor.
The PPA boss was selling contracts in this country.
Allegedly.
President Anado sacked him from office. Public perception is also key in public administration. We're here. That's last month. Issues about big push, sole sourcing. Just because it was sole sourcing, the NPP were making noise of corruption. Which court had said the big push was fraudulent?
Well, in that case, are you not listening?
No,
does it mean that as a government you will not listen to diverse opinions? Because now they are telling you that maybe instead of creating an office, you should rather strengthen these institutions so they do the job. Why are you still insisting on going ahead with it?
Bella, government have approaches to deal with specific problems. He just said that, president can appoint ministers at their own whims and caprices. I'm quoting him. And he went further to say that, the minister for procurement. We are saying the government has taken the view that the value for money office will help address this problem. Look, the Chief Justice had created courts to address findings from the Auditor General report. To fast track the court proceedings. Does it mean existing courts are not good? No. When there's a problem, you address it. That's what we are talking about. The Chief Justice have set up courts, specialized courts, to deal with findings from the Auditor General reports, so that public servants, civil servants who are found culpable will be set charge. Does it mean the existing courts are useless? No. It means that there's a problem that has been admitted and it's been solved. So if the NDC, in opposition, realize that there were wastage, and even in power, when we came, the report that was submitted to Parliament on arrears and payable as of December 2024, we noticed a lot of wastage. In fact, bank transfers were made without supporting documents. No contracts, no IPCs, no evidence of work done. I'm surprised my brother Braku said that, look, as for the Auditor General, the report that came, there were irregularities and all of that. Look, he's the same person saying that when the PPA say something or does something, we should see that, that's the body, there's no need to create new ones and stuff. The same person saying that the agency report, there are irregularities, so there's presumption of regularity. Once the body who does auditing has come out with a report, where else do you want us to get our data from? This is the body that does investigation. They have come out and said that, look, 8.1 billion has been rejected. Where else can we get our facts from? If not for the appropriate authority.
Well, let me let Dr. Ramsey have the last word on this. Unfortunately, we have to close early today to make time for other segments.
When my brother Aaron was talking about PP, I kept on hearing, and he has printed a lot of papers on the issue with Gold Board. But I think that he has to be objective here. He has to be guided. That under the aegis of the SO administration, your flag bearer, his brother, right, was cited in the Auditor General's report of having been awarded of contracts that were overinflated to the tune of 83.7 million. Is that not bigger than the 1 or 2 million years? And so what? And so what? And so what?
What have they done?
Now, the SO administration, under the presidency of Akufo-Addo, frustrated Yao Domolovo, who in this country, when he forced him to go into what? Retirement. Because of his works and his prudence in ensuring that he protects the public purse as the Auditor General. So what I'm saying is that the Ghanaian society is not going to take scriptural lessons from a drinking bar. Neither are we going to take moral lessons from a brothel. You have to be guided. So if you come and sit down here and you want to play some gendarme, we are not going to allow that because your hands are not clean. The MPP's hands are not clean when it comes to accountability and the fight against corruption. When the office of the special prosecutor was established, the first person that was appointed was Honorable Martin Amidu. What did he say about the Akufo-Addo administration? What did he say about Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo? He said that, and I quote, he is the mother serpent of corruption. And I do not want to think that you are the fruit of the mother serpent of corruption. So, my brother, be guided here.
Okay. On that note, our time is up. I see that you're writing down notes. Unfortunately, yes.
Oh,
I'm already being counted down. Unfortunately, today I'm told that we have to go.
Bella, just 1 second.
Okay, you let's carry on.
Yeah.
I know you all want to come in. Council, do you want me to pass it on to them?
No,
Hold on, Wanda, let him respond.
So I thought,
let Aaron respond
Doctor here was going to tell me that the good board matter I raised over here is not accurate. But he says that I should compare that between the good board and that of Dr. Baumia's brother.
What I said was
you
have
please.
That's what I said. Okay. So be guided by that.
Ghana is not for you to determine who to speak or who not.
No, I've never said that.
I'm mentioning that
I'm just saying
there
that
is an inaccuracy over here, and that the PPA could have a better oversight responsibility to have stopped a procurement process that had the deputy chief of staff. This is pure conflict of interest. Why should we even run away from that? And you say that you should go and buy a furniture of 1 million Ghana cedis without the quantity even stated there. Who will do this? Just imagine any state institution doing this. But Bella, to even respond to your question about public procurement, we have ministries, we have chief directors over there. Would you say that because there are chief directors manning the ministries, we shouldn't appoint what we call it, ministers over there? You appoint ministers. But the point we are mentioning over here is that when we have several institutions dealing with the same matter, and not to burden the public purse, which Kaseo Atoforsen himself has come back to tell the entire country that even with salaries, he had to borrow 17 billion Ghana cedis to pay. And today he wants to overly burden it. If you create it, you are in power, you can create it. We all live to see what will be the resultant effect of it.
Okay.
So Wanda, you get it.
I'll let Wanda come in, but just quickly, David Dafte says that, is this necessary? Majority of Ghanaians saw and read the NDC's manifesto and accepted it by voting massively for the NDC. So why should the NDC now listen to the minority while implementing the same manifesto? Okay, Rosemary says we need both offices. Nothing should be scrapped. Money says people go to Public Accounts Committee and we know how they have broken the procurement laws and they don't get prosecuted. Adolf Mate says Honorable Alan's hands are not clean either.
You should prove, if there's any proof, maybe the MPP is here, they can tell us.
Okay, all right. I'll skip some of these messages. Please be nice on the stream. But let me come to you, Wanda. Just briefly on this so that we can move on to our second topic quickly and wrap up.
Yeah, so basically, I'm not a prophet, but just to let you know, if one day the MPP get a chance again in the next 30 years or 40 years to come back to power,
the next 30 years,
they will abolish this office. You know why? You know why?
Why
because
would they do
they
that?
have a way of manipulating the PPA. Look, they have a way.
Why would they do
Yeah, I told you the head of the PPA was selling contracts.
No, but how do you use that to generalize?
But
Wanda.
let me land.
Okay.
Let me land.
Please land.
They have a way of manipulating the PPA. He just raised issue about this good board and talk about conflict of interest when no investigation has even been done. Shraj. Let me finish. Shraj has conducted an investigation. Oh, my brother.
Hold on, Aaron. Please, you let him make his point.
Shraj conducted an investigation, and issues of conflict of interest was identified against the former PPA boss. Yet, he's struggling to accept this fact. The point I'm making, if you look at this, the Children's Hospital in Weja, the World Bank funded project, what was the reasons why the people demonstrated? It was non-operational because contracts were overpriced.
But the contractor is asking governments to retract that statement that they put out. Otherwise, they are threatening a lawsuit because they are saying that's not the real facts on the ground.
No. Look at the contracts. They were overpriced. The furniture, the equipment, and all of them were overpriced. So this is the more reasons why we need a value for office, a value for money office to look at all these projects. You understand? It's very, very, very important and key. And for the NPP, they can be here making noise. They can be making all the noise they like. But the people of Ghana know them very, very well. Okay. The NDC made this promise because of what had happened at the time, where even the head of the PPA was involved in procurement scandal. Pursuant to the Manasseh.
Okay, but he's not been declared guilty.
I just told you that there's a Shraj report. There's a report.
So is that enough to declare him guilty, or does the court of law have to
pronounce anyone guilty?
Wanda, let's just get that.
No, let's
for purposes of law, I mean, Article 19 talks about presumption of innocence.
You know this. You know
Hold
this.
on, Aaron, please. Please, Aaron, just let him land on this. So in this case, are we wrong if we declare him guilty if the court of law has not declared him guilty?
To the extent that he has not been tried.
Yeah.
I mean, but like I said, perception. Perception is key. But there have been findings, adverse findings. Issues about conflict of interest have been raised by Shraj. This is also a fact that must be stated. And this happened under the MPP regime.
I understand. Dennis, I'll let you come in, counsel. Dennis Akwete says that if you ask me, there can't be any better public institution than the internal audit unit to perform the value for money mandate. If the audit unit is made independent as ought to be. MMTV says, Bella, we never said anywhere that we don't need it. I apologize if that's the case. We hope that the value for money office doesn't become the OSP, where Ghanaians will complain about their works or their irrelevance before they come out to show their crutchy powers. That's from Bismarck Mensa. And, okay. Let me just get counsel. I'll let you come in, Doc, but let counsel also come in.
I think first it is important to let the viewers understand that the matters that Aaron and my friend Wanda are dabbling in are matters that the courts have yet to pronounce on.
Okay.
Thank you.
So even though Doc was saying that in the eyes of public opinion, they have already concluded, but the law is clear that until the court of competent jurisdiction, properly so constituted, makes that pronouncement, that person is innocent.
Okay.
And voila. So in running up, I think this value for money office is a classic hopeful reform with the usual familiar risk. And I'm saying that this is good on paper. Because if you look at the law itself, you ask yourself, Ghanaians, we are very good at assembling laws. But when it comes to implementation, someone will say that is one of our weakest links. And I'm saying that this value for money office act is good on paper, but in practice, it will not yield its fruits, or it will not even achieve its objectives, set objectives. In fact, the minister was hopeful. He said, oh, this is one office that can pay for itself. And I was asking, pay for itself, how? They're going to fund it. Is it coming to generate funds?
No, but if they're able to cut down on the losses that government is making, then maybe that money can be used as well.
What laws are they coming? What laws are they even coming to cut? What laws are they even coming to?
The money has not already been paid, so how?
No, but in this case, they are now going to scrutinize further all.
I'm not disputing it. The money is written on paper. Let's say 10 million. You cut it to 7 million. So where do you get the 3 million?
So I'm saying that yes. So I'm saying that this, like I interpreted earlier, will add up to the bottlenecks. It will worsen the situation. It will create chaotic procurement processes. And I'm happy that the Procurement Association is sounding. Ghana Institute of Procurement Suppliers are sounding that alarm. It's a valid alarm, and the government must listen. Sometimes you need to listen. You ask Wanda. That's a very important question. Why don't you sometimes listen to Ghanaians?
We do actually.
Wanda doesn't want to listen. Bella,
he said they do. Doc, just briefly on this, so if there's time we can go into the
summarize on what
system.
we've intimated this morning. I think that the PPA needs a serious reset. I mean, we know that previously one of the biggest issues or scandal, I'll put it that way, is the All African Games. Right. And the PPA was caught up in this whole procurement shenanigan. Again, $15 million for feeding for 15 days. $15 million. $4.5 million for just A4 sheet paper and then plastic tax accreditation for media personnel. Then another $10.5 million or so for renovation of the hostels. Meanwhile, UPSA used $10 million to build a state-of-the-art hostel. And all these procurement processes went through the PPA with their approval. So the PPA needs a serious reset. Yeah. And the underlying issue, and we have to be honest here, political financing. Let us have an honest conversation as a country on how politicians and political parties are financed, because that could be the root cause of it. Or if you go, you can go to our website. You can go to our website. We have a USSD code.
He says that if he did nothing wrong, why did the Akufo-Addo sack him? I guess you're referring to the PPA boss. So I just pulled out that article just to quickly give some details as to why the president is said to have fired him.
He did nothing wrong.
Well, so it says that the president fired the former PPA boss, Mr. Jenny Mboatin for allowing his personal interest to conflict with the performance of his functions. And it says that it was part of the allegations made against him relating to potential acts of corruption. And so Shraj concluded that on the totality of evidence, Mr. Jenny Mboatin had put himself in a position where his personal interest conflicted with the performance of his functions as CEO and board member of the PPA. So you can do with this as you please, but I just wanted to put this context out. But again, we'll need some further education on this, because if Shraj has now said that there was conflict of interest, can we say then that he was guilty of just that issue of conflict of interest
that's right.
while we await the trial with regards to the rest?
No, but the thing is,
it's an authority. Shraj is an authority.
But Bella, you must ask yourself, what is the consequence of Shraj finding?
Well, one of the consequences is getting sacked by the president.
Exactly. So it does not pronounce you guilty or not. You get it? So we must just get that clear. For someone to be pronounced guilty or to be pronounced as guilty as charged or pronounced as guilty, it must be
the court.
The court.
So Shraj does not have that mandate to be
Shraj determination does not align with the guilty or not guilty.
Okay.
But he has adverse consequences. No, he has adverse consequences.
So Ahmed Asiedu is asking that. So if I catch someone stealing my phone red-handed, I can't say he's stolen my phone until the court says so?
You see, the element of stealing is even wild. You must even prove the mensura that he even had the intention of actually denying you access to it.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, let me just go into our second conversation. And we're talking about rental issues in this country and the challenges that people are having. Of course, just 2 days ago, the president was speaking on this matter, and he wasn't too happy with a number of things that, were happening with regards to rent in this country. The law clearly states that if you are a landlord or a landlady, you cannot take more than 6 months advance in this country if you're renting out your building. But at the same time, the president now says that even more concerning is the fact that the people who are renting these buildings are not reporting these landlords to the rent, control departments. And so it makes it very difficult to even ensure that this law is effective to that extent. So what can be done about the situation? Councillor, I'll just come to you briefly. We don't have time, so I'll take a minute each from all of you.
I think this is a very important issue. I have always said that if there is any one issue that is affecting many Ghanaians, or the majority of Ghanaians, it is this rent crisis. But let me commend the current acting rent commissioner. He's doing a fantastic job. I think he has elevated the conversation to a whole new level. He's doing a good job. If he's listening to us, kudos to him. And
I think it's Mr. Eric Opoku, I believe,
yes. He deserves a raise. He's doing a good job because the conversation has now changed and many people are getting aware. But you see, this I catch you that he's undertaking will not solve the problem. Because I've seen him tour many wholesale facilities and conclude that they are overcharging. But the thing is that, what is the issue? The issue is years of neglect. The same failure we are talking about, weak enforcement. This law has been with us for several years, running to decades, several decades. And today you want to say what? Landlords should charge 6 months. Is it reality? Is it something that is real? You must understand that the law has been overturned, or as the law has been outrun by current economic realities. So in order to balance the protection of tenants, you must also look at the investment of landlords. I am saying, Bella, to solve this problem, we need to review the Rent Act.
Okay.
To incorporate the realities. Because as it is currently constituted, you cannot enforce the way the law as it is currently in our books because of the because of several years or decades of neglect, it has compounded. Now people have legitimate interest. They have legitimate expectation. And the president was right. Bala, if my landlord is saying I should bring 1 year or 2 years, I pay 1 year. If my landlord says I should bring 1 year or 2 years, and I say, oh, because the Rent Act says I should pay, I shouldn't pay more than 6 months. Don't forget that there are other options.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
They'll take someone else's money.
When demand outstrips supply, the economists will tell you.
So what, you are saying that this 6 months is not realistic?
I'm saying that.
So they should extend it?
Yes, I'm saying it's not realistic.
So what is realistic? 1 year?
So,
2
yes,
years?
that is the reality is that now landlords are charging 1 year and above. But when you look at the average rent period is 1 year. So I'm saying that the current Rent Act has been outrun by the reality. So we should review it. And again, Bella, we need to have some tax release for landlords. Otherwise, compliance will suffer. Because there must be tax release for landlords to comply with the new act, which I'm proposing that it should be enacted, so that they will be able to adhere to the provisions. Otherwise, we'll still be here. And again, Bella, last point, the government too is to blame for the current issues. You know why?
Why?
The affordable housing units are now expensive housing units. They build houses for the poor, but those houses are being bought by the rich.
Yeah.
So the government is part to blame. If the president is saying that tenants are not reporting, the president should concentrate on creating or building affordable houses for us.
Okay. Can I give at least 30 seconds each for them to just touch on? Yes, 30 seconds each. I'm so sorry, we have to go.
Bella, I was just looking at, listening to lawyer Bracco, and I just cited section 25, subsection 5 of the Rent Act, which says that if you rent beyond 6 months, you will be charged to a fine of 250 penalty unit, amounting to 3,000 Ghana cedis. Bella, we are in a free market, meaning everyone can determine how he or she wants to price his goods. Let's commend the gentleman who is at the rent control, but rather now advise him that since he has elevated the conversation, it is time he put up measures now or proposal of amendment on how to deal with matters. When he goes ahead with, I've entered into this hostel, I'm pulling this person out, he may end up that the people he's helping or rather gang up against and protest that he should be removed. But your friend PK Sapon greets you.
Oh, PK Sapon, good morning to you. 30 seconds.
Yeah, let me also add my voice to congratulate the Commissioner for the Rent Control. He's doing a massive job. It has even come to our attention that some of the hostels have not even paid the required fees that is to be paid
to the Rent Control Department. Or
no, the Ghana fees. Exactly. They are not even paying it. I mean, he's done a great job. I think that this issue about 6 months rentals is the issue of demand and supply. The housing deficit in this country is worrying because somebody graduate from school wants to rent. You say the person should pay 2 years advance. Some don't even accept the 1 year. They will insist for 2 years. But where will the person get the money from?
Someone said 5 years.
5 years?
Yeah.
That's
the sad thing is that Akusia Roxon is telling me that on top of this high rent, you don't even have electricity. There is Dumso Akusia Roxon. She's mentioning it.
Dumso hasn't ended.
Hey, she's currently in Dumso. On top of it,
Napo told us about timetable. You see what to do politics. There's no Dumso in Ghana.
I think that fundamentally there are issues that we need to tackle as a country. Yes, we talk about rent being expensive. We talk about the laws, the Rent Act, right? But the fundamental issue here is that where you have 70% of materials used in construction being imported, it is an issue. And that is why we feel as end consumers that there is some form of pass-on inflation onto us. And so in tackling this issue, government ought to ensure that it promotes the investment in industries that would enhance import substitution so that we're able to produce what we use in our construction industry in this country. It's very, very important. And indeed, secondly, and lastly, the Rent Control Department, please, it needs to be resourced. As I speak to you today, they only have 2 working vehicles. The whole department.
And the commissioner is using one.
2, and the whole country.
The commissioner is using one to go to the hostels.
How are they able to enforce? And we need to go back to the Ghana Real Estate Agency Council.
Okay.
There's an act that was passed, Act 1047. The issues of agents in this country, in our real estate industry, is becoming a problem.
Right. Thank you, Doc. Thank you. We have to go.
Yes, unfortunately, MPP announced some
I know, but we can't discuss it today. We'll leave that conversation for another day.
Let me respond to it.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Bismarck says my point of view is that if you can pay for 2 months rent, why don't you go ahead and pay a minute.
Let me
I don't have a minute. We have to go.
Let me respond to this.
We have to go. I'm so sorry, Aaron.
We
have to go.
418 is telling you that as a member of the party, you must defend the party as every
big
point
issue is sponsored by University of Gold Coast. And so whether you're aiming for a specialist MBA in marketing, communication, operations, supply chain, human resource management, finance, entrepreneurship, innovation, or business intelligence analytics, or you want to advance through a dual MBA or chartered manager MBA, University of Gold Coast, UGC, gives you options that match your vision. And so if your next step is an MSc in international relations, communications, international marketing, international law, security, diplomacy, accounting, finance, or human resource management, an LLM in international law, security, diplomacy, or an MA in biblical studies, practical theory, and practical theology, the pathway is open. Apply today, because at the University of Gold Coast, we make it practical, flexible learning, flexible entry, and flexible payment. Study around your work and life and choose a route that fits your background and pay in convenient installments. Your dream deserves structure. Your future deserves strategy. Your purpose deserves training. Apply now. Log on to www.ugc.edu.gh and call or WhatsApp 026-388-8555. University of Gold Coast, building leaders for the nations. Thank you so much to my guests for joining us this morning. I've had Dr. Ramsey Inusa, Director of Research, United Party, Austin Brakupa as private legal practitioner, Aaron Asiedu Entry, MPP Communications Team member, and Wanda Victor Kuto is a board member of VRA and NEC member NDC. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. And we have an exclusive with the Minority Leader of Parliament, Osahene Alexander Afenyo Markin. And so look forward to that conversation. It's coming up shortly. This is TV3 Newday.
Is it going to be live?
Madam, give me the numbers behind you.
Well, we're here to do sports. Again, we have to tell you that we'll have the Minority Leader of Parliament, Osahin Apenyomakin, right here in the studio. I'm here for sports, but I have Mutala right here. Mutala, African Athletics Championship, started yesterday.
Senior African Athletics
That's the adjective.
Because we have the junior version as
Great
well.
qualification.
Yeah.
So far, do you have your men there?
Yes, Bill
What can you tell us?
on the ground. Yesterday was the opening ceremony. We had a lot of performances. Stoneboy was there. The Minister for Sports and Recreation, Kofi Adams, gave a speech. I mean, yesterday was a beautiful opening ceremony, and the racing actually will start today. It's a track and field event, and it's Africa's biggest athletics event. Now Ghana has the opportunity of hosting. Last 2 years, it was Cameroon. This time, we are hosting. And my colleague Bill Eshen currently is at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium where the event is taking place. Bill, if you can hear me, it's day one of the Athletics Championship. What should we expect this morning? And when is Ghana even racing?
Yes, as you rightly mentioned, it's day one of the Senior African Athletics Championships happening at the University of Ghana Stadium. Actually, the event is meant to start immediately, but it seems they are doing some finishing touches before the event starts. As to Team Ghana and when exactly they'll be competing, what we do know is that we have 3 events earlier in the morning. They are all decathlon events. Now, they are 100 meters long jump and then shot put, all decathlon events. So it will be particular athletes competing in those multiple events. And there's no member from Team Ghana who will be competing in the morning. However, a lot of the people in Team Ghana will actually be competing in the afternoon. What we do understand is that about 17 members of Team Ghana will be competing in the afternoon. And that's a mixture of the 100 meters, the 400 meters, the 800 meters, the 400 meters in the female division as well. And what we can tell you is that there are actually 3 representatives of the 100 meters, all happen to be members who competed in the World Relay Championships in Gaborone. I'm talking about Edwin Gadai, Joseph Polamwa, and Ghana's fastest man, Abdul Rashid Samino. But what really pops out is the inclusion of some athletes from SHS. There's one by the name Portia Nkrumah, who used to be with Edinaman SHS when she became the best female athlete in the 2025 Cape Coast Super Zonals competition. Now she's with Samu SHS in Form 3, and she's going to be competing in the 400 meters. There's also Florence Ajeman, who is nicknamed the Aviator. She's also competing now. She used to be a student of Kumasi Anglican SHS, and now she's with KNUST. She's a university student, and she's competing as well. And then there's someone by the name of Blessed Owushi Jr. Now, he was the best student athlete from St. Hubert, and also for the entirety of the Ashanti Regional Super Zonals earlier this year. He's also going to be competing as well as the current 400-meter record holder that happens to be Seydou Mahmoudou Baba, who actually broke that record earlier this year in March in a competition as well. And so a lot to look forward to. We know that the afternoon session will be starting at 3 p.m., and that is where you see a number of the Ghanaian athletes actually competing from there.
Of course. But Bill, before you go, what is the general feeling in the stadium? Is there hope that Ghana could better the medal total? Because we won 3 in the last edition. Can we do better?
Yes, we did win 3 in the last edition in Douala, Cameroon. From the number of conversations I've had with people, they're expecting an improvement on the medal tally. Some people mentioned 5, some people mentioned 10, some people mentioned even more than the 10. And so it would be the benchmark for a number of Ghanaians. Even someone mentioned that he expects Samino to break his 100-meter record of 9.84 seconds. In this weather condition, it might be difficult, but that is the kind of expectations that Ghanaians do have, because Ghana is actually the host country of this particular competition, and so the expectations will be sky high.
Of course. Thanks very much, Bill. And stay put, because we'll be coming to you at 10 when we bring you the Sports Daily, and we'll be getting more update from there. So it starts today. Ghana very confident. Last edition, we won 3. This time, we want to win more than 3.
Well, we have to turn attention to the World Cup. And our SAC coach, You know, Otuado.
Our ex.
Okay. We all thought you wouldn't go to the World Cup, and somehow he's going to the World Cup.
Of course.
What?
As a technical study member for FIFA. Now, this time FIFA says they've appointed 11 members to study the World Cup. All the 104 matches. These people will sit at the stadium, study the games, and draw driven data analysis out of that, which will help secure the development and future of football. And it's been headed by Arsene Wenger, who is actually the former manager of Arsenal. So Otuado, some way, somehow, is back at the World Cup. He qualified us, so he has to be there, and he's there in the capacity of a technical study group member. So they are 11, and he's one of the lucky ones. It doesn't come easy.
Yeah. As they say in local parlance on the street, nothing lost.
Of course.
But we have to talk about the English Premiership. What are the dynamics now?
Mohamed Kudus, Tottenham Hotspur is not looking good for them. Relegation currently staring at them. Yesterday, they had the opportunity of beating Leeds United. Then they went on to draw. As it stands, their last 2 games would actually be a defining moment for them. They are playing Chelsea next this weekend before they take on Everton. Then West Ham United, who they are in that relegation fight with, will play Newcastle and Leeds United. With the Ghanaian in me, I would want Tottenham Hotspur to stay out because of Mohamed Kudus. So let's see. We are hoping this weekend maybe they will get a good result against Chelsea.
I love the graphics. Relegation battle. Doesn't look too good for both sides. But,
not at all.
But for West Ham, they've always been in this battle when it comes to their history.
Almost every season they find themselves there. And some way, somehow they escape. But it looks like this season they could really go down.
Well, the Ghanaian in us.
Of course.
Want Tottenham
Kudus.
to stay.
Because of Kudus, yeah.
Yeah, certainly. Well, thank you.
Welcome,
Thank you, Mutala. And we told you we'll be having an interaction. Osahene Apenyomakin, the minority leader, is in the house. He's going to take a seat with me next.
few minutes, we'll be speaking to the Minority Leader of Parliament, Honorable Alexander Afenyo-Markin, Osahene. And so just before that, we'll have a conversation about UPSA marking the 60th anniversary and the fact that they are placing ethical leadership at the center of national conversation. And so they're coming your way with the Ghana Business Leaders Conclave. It's a flagship moment under the auspices of His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II. So what are they focusing on? And that's the conversation we're going to be having with Mr. Francis Datsi joining me in the studios this morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I hope you're well.
Very well, thank you.
So tell me a bit about this conclave.
Well, thank you very much. We recognize that UPSA has produced a lot of leadership. Alumni who went to UPSA. And yes, and we recognize that he's been doing a lot of good work with his negotiating skills, resolving a lot of issues. And we thought that, look, why don't we give CEOs the opportunity to learn some of these tidbits from the man himself?
Okay.
So he's coming down to UPSA on Friday, to engage with CEOs in the conclave from 3 p.m. And then you'll have a main public lecture at 4 p.m. Trying to speak about some of these issues, ethical leadership, negotiation, how to resolve some of these things behind closed doors, rather than all the time trying to be antagonistic among ourselves. So those are some of the things that we want him to share.
So it's in two parts, you
yes,
say?
Please, yes.
So first part is His Majesty...
Yes, with CEOs in a conclave.
Oh, just with CEOs?
Yes.
It's not open to...
No. So the 3 p.m. one is for CEOs. It's an invitation. We've invited those CEOs concerned.
Okay.
And they'll sit down with him from 3 o'clock to 4 p.m. And then 4 p.m. he opens it up to the whole public.
Why is the first part not open up to everyone?
Because we want the CEOs to feel free out of the sound bites of cameras and things to pour out some of the issues that confront them. Do you understand? And I think in the conclaves, without the cameras, the people will feel relaxed. They will share their thoughts. They will share some of the challenges they are facing as CEOs appointed by political president to head public institutions. What are the challenges and those things? They'll be able to voice it out without the cameras.
All right.
You understand?
I understand. But what does the public then get out of all of this?
Oh, the public will have the public lecture bit of it.
Okay.
That is at 4 p.m. And that is open. You know, you have an ultramodern auditorium. So that will be opened to the public from 4 p.m.
Okay.
The public comes in and he also speaks to the public, you know. So that is the key thing. That is the key thing, you know.
I'd like to be a fly on the wall when Otumfuo is speaking to the CEOs. There'll be a lot of gems that will be spilled.
Yes, a lot of things, you know.
Conclave,
and the conclave. And you know, conclaves are, even like the Pope, they have a conclave before they come out.
Exactly.
Because there's not everything that you want out there. But you want people to actually open up the truth of what they are facing.
Absolutely. But what is the theme for this year's conclave?
The theme for the conclave, just top of my head, is, what's that? Okay.
I'll give you time to
Yes, okay.
Is it the leading with integrity?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Help me with that.
Yes.
So leading with integrity, yes.
How does that fit into the 60-year anniversary celebration?
Yeah, I think that because we said UPS have produced a lot of CEOs and chief financial officers in this country, and we are now in a lot of positions of trust, and we think that issues of ethics must be brought to the fore once again. As professionals, we have ethical standards for our professional bodies, the various professional bodies. Now we want to open up that the public and the citizenry of Ghana should consider ethical leadership as a matter of self-positioning.
Okay.
You understand? And don't wait for something to happen before. Because there are a lot of all these issues of corruption, people taking money. If ethical leadership was in the fore, personal ethics will not allow you to do some of these things. Some of the information that is being thrown out there are so worrying and mind-boggling, you know. And so therefore we think that we should bring it back to the core and to the fore.
So quickly, where is it happening? When is it happening?
Fantastic.
And who do you want to say thank you to?
So it is happening on the 15th Friday of May.
This month.
Of this month. That is just in
3 days.
3 days' time at the UPSA, at the Ultramodern Kofi Ohene Kudedu Auditorium.
All right.
And it is at, like I said, the 4 p.m. is open to the public. The 3 p.m. is for those who have been invited, CEOs, which we have invited a lot of them to come in. And we want to say thank you, a very big thank you to GCB, Ghana Commercial Bank. But for them, they came through for us. I want to say thank you to them. We want to say thank you to TV3. We want to thank you to Atlantic Catering for also coming through for us. We are very grateful. We want to say thank you to DDP Outdoor.
All right.
Thank you to all the media houses, that GTV, of course,
All right.
Multimedia. And we say thank you to all those who are on the side. And of course, we thank you to our Vice Chancellor,
All right.
Professor Mauto, for giving us the opportunity to be part of the organization.
Thank you.
We are grateful.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
Francis Dati,
Thank
for
you.
speaking to us. And on the 15th, we'll all be converging at
Yes.
the UPSC auditorium for this first part exclusive and the second part that's open to the rest of us. So we'll be there. But, well, at this point, we're just going to take a quick break. And when we get back, Osahene Alexander Afenyo Make will be seated with Roland Walker for that exclusive conversation. Stay tuned.
Yeah. We come from the same hometown. How's your dad? Togbi Afonyo. Mr. Afonyo, how is he?
He's fine.
That's fine, right. Why do they call you Afonyo, Togbi Afonyo? And then you took the name Osahin, so to speak. In the Volta region, I went to Samfono and they said, oh, Togbi Afonyo. Is it because you call yourself Osahin?
No, my uncle, the chief of Ifutu, honored me with that title. That is why. My dad is not Togbi Afonyo. My dad is Afe Togbo.
Certainly. Afe Togbo. All right. There are a lot of things that we'll be talking about.
Okay.
But foremostly, if there's one thing that had, over the last couple of months, become a thinking and a focal point for your thoughts regarding governance in Ghana, what would it be?
Well, I think that the government did not take advantage of the goodwill that greeted it upon assumption of office. There was a huge goodwill. Again, the NPP had taken certain painful decisions, and supporting pillars of the economy had been well put in place. And at the time things were beginning to stabilize was exactly when they took office. But I must admit that I've been most disappointed because government doesn't seem to get the priorities right by making the right investment. So in the area of trade and industry, privatization and entrepreneurship, the 1D, 1F was one key policy decision that they should have sustained. Because in Ghana today, our main problem is unemployment. And the Akufo-Addo decision to encourage private sector participation, to give them that tax incentive, to allow them to invest in the economy and make them competitive. However, the challenges, our friends should have used the opportunity to do perhaps some cleanup and continue. As we speak, there is no policy alternative upon cancellation of the 1D, 1F policy. When the minority met AGI lamented that a lot of the projects that they started under the 1D, 1F were stagnant. In fact, the president of AGI, for instance, mentioned huge investment is made in a watermelon factory in Wale Wale, that he's 90% done. And government incentive to enable him finish the project is not forthcoming. So that investment is locked up over there. We tabled a question on the House floor for the Minister of Trade to come and answer what policy alternative the government has for the private sector. We yet to get an answer. And you are in the media. I don't know whether you have seen any tangible alternative. What really is the government doing for the private sector? So that's also zero. So you realize that there is no traction. And once there's no traction, then the unemployment levels increase. Then government would create the bureaucracy and would want to employ more in the public sector. But if you employ more in the public sector, it means that you are spending more of your tax revenue to pay public sector workers. You are left with nothing or just a little for other investments. That is one. Two, agriculture. I respect Mr. Rikopoku. I mean, he's one strong debater, very knowledgeable, and I respect that.
For the sector?
No, as a person.
Generally?
Yes, as a person. I watched him in Parliament with a strong debate. But I must say that as an agric minister, he hasn't impressed me.
He hasn't?
No.
There are farmer service centers in rolling out as well.
No, please.
There's even been glut when it comes to growth in some of the key cereals as well as other other consuming products that we have on the farms. You're still not satisfied?
Roland, I'm not interested in the stories that are told in the media to sway opinions. I'm interested in the budget. If the government wants to tell me that it has taken agri serious, I must see it in the budget. Go look at the 2025 budget. Go look at 2026 budget. There is no serious investment in the agri sector. As we speak today, it is cheaper to import rice than to buy locally produced rice.
Why do you say that?
But that is a reality because of policy misalignment. If the government is aligning right, locally produced rice won't be expensive as compared to imported rice. Buffer stock has been awarding contracts to suppliers for school feeding and free SHS supplies. Now, these suppliers buy from importers of rice instead of buying from our locally produced rice.
I don't understand.
Instead of buying locally produced rice because it is cheaper. I'm talking about the cost. I am saying that the government should have that incentive in place to help the local rice producer, the local maize producer. Okay? If they produce and you don't buy, what are you telling them? They run at a loss. The next season, they won't produce again. And I'm saying that Mr. Erupokupuku is not addressing that. So our farmers have been left at their own peril. Now, if you also go to the cocoa farmers, the minority has been touring the various cocoa farms. We've been engaging maize farmers, rice farmers, just to understand. Because sometimes when you get in the studio talking, somebody may think that it's the usual politics. If you are arguing in parliament, it's as if, usual MPP, NDC politics. Our focus has been to get to the grassroots, deal with the ordinary people, and interview them, engage them. Listen, cocoa farmers are equally disappointed because NDC promised that when they assume office, they will increase the farm gate price to like 6,500. They came in, increased it from 3,100 to 3,500. Then the sudden reduction through a press conference by the finance minister to 2,500. Now, I can understand, in all fairness, that the world market price of cocoa is going through some turbulence. But this is not the first time. Akufo-Addo, upon assumption of office, the farm gate price was 475 Ghana cedi per bag. Within the period of his administration, in fact, in his first year, the world market price of cocoa experienced similar turbulence. The price fell, but Akufo-Addo did not reduce the farm gate price. It wasn't once, it wasn't twice. Then he managed to increase it gradually till it got to 3,001 when the NDC said, no, Akufo-Addo should have done more. So I'm saying that looking at agriculture generally, on all fronts, government has not taken advantage to make the necessary investment to increase production. We hear of the Akukon Kitinkiti, but the Akukon Kitinkiti thing, however laudable that may be, to what extent have they successfully rolled it out to achieve the needed effect? Poultry, we depend on poultry. We import heavily. So if government had plans of ensuring that there's local production of poultry so that we can limit or reduce importation, then we must see major investment in that sector. That one too is zero. We're not seeing anything. Now let me address the issue of the energy sector.
Just hold on there. As a rebuttal, by way of a question, how does it become possible that we have a lot of farmers growing rice and they're saving excess stock at farm gate, and then the ministry and the government is accused of not managing the sector well?
It is the reality that is speaking.
Meaning what?
Meaning it is cheaper on the market for imported rice as compared to locally produced rice. So that's why I said that there's policy misalignment. So the government must check why importing rice, paying duty and all. Let me give you another example, for instance. People bring in poultry products. It is cheaper after paying duty and all of that. All right? And on the market, you buy it cheaper. As compared to a farmer, a poultry farmer, who is going to buy the feed, getting all other things, and selling that broiler, that layer. You go to the market and the locally produced one is expensive. Who would buy which one? Definitely the buyer would opt for the cheaper one. And I'm saying that all these things are engineered by government policy. So once you see that imported product is cheaper than locally produced product, then it means that there is a policy problem. There's a failure. Because you see, you don't sustain your economy through high dependency on imports. It is when you sustain, it is when it is cheaper for local production that you can say that you are sustaining your economy, because in the end, there is less pressure on your local currency, on foreign currency like the dollar that you would demand to import. So your local currency is also relaxed. You are able to manage your economy in that sense. But where you largely depend on import, it means that at all point you need more cedis to chase for dollar so that you transfer to be able to get the product in. That is where I'm saying that practically within the last 15 months, this government has failed. Let me move to the next point that I was going to that you stopped me. Energy sector. NPP in office started the loss reduction program. I served some few months at ECG and I met the project, very laudable, which was to look at those obsolete meters, replace them, and then ensure that we properly account for electricity that we consume. Ghana does not have a problem with generation. It is a consumption. Many people use electricity without paying.
And distribution losses.
I mean, it's all feeding into it. Distribution losses, so we deal with equipment and all of that. And then the actual consumption. I told our colleague, the energy minister, when he was first appointed, that with my experience at ECG, I will be the first to support any reform, because I think that we need to be very serious in the reforms at ECG and ensure that power that we produce and power that is consumed is paid for, so that in the end, government will not spend money that is meant for schools, hospitals, and all of that to pay power producers. But what has the government done since they assumed office? They made huge promises. They've not embarked on any serious...
What are those promises for which they haven't...
They said they will reform the energy sector, but unfortunately, what they have rather done is to be increasing tariffs. So far, they've increased tariffs for up to 32%, 30%. Recently, they said they've done some reduction of 4%. But apart from the 30% hike in the tariff, they also introduced the 1 cedi per litre at the pump, the Doomsor levy. You recall that they shouted on rooftops against the e-levy. They came, they repealed it. Fine, it's a policy decision. But soon after, they replaced it with the Doomsor levy, which was raking in more revenue than the e-levy. So in effect, they gave one and took more away. So if you ask the energy minister today, What are the real tangibles? What are the tangibles? Really, there's nothing. Rather, they've increased electricity tariffs. They've increased introduced the Dumsor levy, where they're saying that they need money to be able to pay legacy debt. But I'm saying that to what end? You keep paying, people would refuse to pay. You are not putting in structures to ensure that payments are made. People pay for electricity that they consume. The prepaid metering system, most of them are not working. There are households that need to be metered. Factories that are supposed to be properly monitored to ensure that the electricity that they consume, they pay for.
Now, you served at ECG, and consequently, we also mean that if you look at the regeneration capacity that needs to be undertaken, for example, we have the need for transformers to be replaced because of the demand when it comes to the distribution side from consumers. You can argue about whether they are paying the right tariffs or perhaps there are losses at the distribution side. But if transformers have to be replaced and they haven't been replaced in real time, and transformers are not anything you just order and not customized, you have to make sure they are knockdowns, they are customized for certain purposes, for certain grades, etc., for that to be undertaken. You don't fall to the energy minister for that. Because you start to served with ECG, at least those nuances should be conversant with you.
What I'm saying is that reforms started at a point. You don't stagnate it. You continue and ensure that you even escalate it. I'm saying to you that this government is not pursuing the appropriate, the needed reforms that would ensure that the sector is stable. Rather, they've chosen the low-hanging fruit, which is increased tariff, come to Parliament and introduce a levy. If you introduce a levy in Parliament, if you increase the tariff, it is short-term, because in the end, you would think that those are low-hanging fruit that would give you revenue to fix the problem. But the problem remains there because the equipment that have gone bad, the distribution losses, those who are taking advantage of the system and not paying, would continue to enjoy, whereas the few who are disciplined, the few who are willing to pay, would pay and even be overburdened. And that is the issue I'm talking about. I'm not doing a partisan argument here.
You're not undertaking any partisan discussion.
I'm saying that the argument must be understood in its context for the purpose of governance. We need to make the situation better for any government that will take over to know that, look, this sector at least is stable. If you don't stabilize the energy sector, I'm sorry, the doomsday we're beginning to experience, or we've experienced, is as a result of all these inability of government to address the problem. In the end, you may think that, oh, tariffs have gone up, you have revenue. But over time, it's like overdraft. You take the overdraft, you draw the money, but if you don't put in revenue, there's a limit. Your banker will tell you that you can't take any more because you've exhausted your credit, unless the limit is increased. So in the end, what next?
But you have to agree that the way the government, through the Bank of Ghana, managing the monetary side, and then the finance ministry on the fiscal side, have managed the various macroeconomic indicators. You are even a businessman. That should be laudable for anybody to contend with.
Oh, on paper, yes, the numbers are good.
Well, what do you mean by on paper, Osahin?
Oh, on paper, if the inflation numbers that they are telling us, you can't dispute that. Can we? We can't. But the reality is that the importer, the trader, is overburdened with taxes. So I'll give you an example of the VAT. We used to have the flat rate system for the informal sector, and then government came to Parliament to, amend the law to take that away. So the ordinary trader at Abosokan, Makola, is now overburdened with that. If you go to the port, they've introduced this AI system of assessing excise duty and all of that. I'm not against AI. I think it's a way to go. However, any system, when it's being introduced, must internalize, must be customized. You need to pick the right data. You need to do what we call effective consultation. Government introduced this AI system at the port.
The Publica.
And importers are complaining. They are complaining because the government did not consult them. The values that this system is picking are values that, in the end, it is making it more expensive.
Do you not agree that if you look at the simulations that have been run the last couple of weeks and the numbers based on revenue that the Ghana Revenue Authority did receive or collect, so to speak, it lends credence to the fact that, well, once we have individuals who manage the non-automated system, evading or perhaps giving the wrong numbers or values to importers, and this is automated, then certainly people will not be happy.
We met with Guta.
You and who?
The minority. Okay. When I say we, I refer to the minority. The minority met with Guta. The minority met with the Employers Association. And the minority also met with the AGI. All these three industry players, we met them at different times. Their story was the same. Are we saying that these groups are not credible? They have problems with how the assessment is done. So, for instance, we had one of the breweries. The representative told us that they imported some items from France. It cost them $400,000 or so. But in the end, the AI assessment, they were to pay duties of about 800,000. Why that? So their contention basically is that there must be proper consultation which will result in determining properly the assessment. You see, technology, if you feed it with garbage, it will give you back garbage. So if you just decide to introduce a system and for you, you are gaining more revenue, what you don't know is that you are also increasing the cost of living, because if the importer pays more and pays unreasonable duty, he's going to impose it on the consumer. All right? So prices of products on the market will be expensive. That's exactly what you are telling the businessman to do. So whereas you are talking about inflation, you are talking about policy rates going down and all that, the reality is that even at the banks, the cost of borrowing will still be high. Businesses will not be properly incentivized to increase employment, to expand their business, and to locally produce. So that's why I said there is policy misalignment. The government must not look at one side and think that, for instance, gold board. We've been told that the gold for reserve policy is one reason why our cedi is stable. We've been told. Let me for a moment agree. Then within that context, there are two excesses. One, in doing so, you have now allowed a field day, an open space for galamsey activity. It's not me who is saying it. Organized labor has said it publicly, that since this government assumed office, galamsey activities have gone up. Because Gold Board is not making a distinction between regularly mined gold and gold coming from galamseyers. Because if they give money to the aggregators, they get onto the market and they buy any gold they get.
What's your expectation? That Gold Board goes into the galamseyers and then kept galamsey?
Let me finish my argument. The second bit is that Gold Board is buying the gold at a discounted price from the miner and selling it at the world market price. Now, the gap, the losses. Instead of Gold Board bearing the losses, Gold Board is saying that, look, Bank of Ghana, I'm doing that for you. So, Bank of Ghana, take the losses. So, you are seeing Bank of Ghana is now taking the burden. And then you tell me, this is basic. You don't need to be an economist or you don't need to be a chartered accountant to understand it. This is basic common sense with respect. You buy at a discount, you sell it higher at the world market and then make losses. And then you turn around to tell me that you are making those huge losses so you are able to stabilize the economy. No, that is not the way to stabilize an economy. You properly stabilize an economy by ensuring production, making the right investment. Key amongst them is the agro sector. When you are not making the right investment in the agro sector, when you are not making the right investment in the private sector, helping the private sector to thrive, you are not helping manufacturing. You cannot concentrate on gold for reserve and buy at discount and sell at the world market price, allow some fees and charges in between for aggregators. They make huge monies and then offload it on the government books and tell me that there is a cost to economic policy implementation.
But is that not true? There's a cost to economic policy and stability.
There must be reasonable costs.
What to you is reasonable cost?
With respect, please. When the cost is disproportionate, it amounts to financial loss. And one day, you must account for it.
Financial loss to who?
To the state.
And by who?
By you, the person implementing.
And in these times, which individuals or office holders are you pointing?
Oh, you should know.
I don't know.
Well, there are the individuals and the office holders involved are known. It's not for me to repeat them.
Are you saying that for 2024, the losses that were made by the Bank of Ghana, somebody has to be held responsible?
Roland.
9 billion excess?
Roland.
Sir.
Governance is a continuum. When you enact your manifesto and you showcase it and tell the people that, look, things are bad. This time around, there will be a reset. The reset must be seen to be a proper reset. So if you, under MPP, there were losses, and you complain about the losses, and you come into office, it is expected that you reduce the losses, or in the least, there should be no losses. But in a situation where the losses now escalate disproportionately, obviously, people will now question your reset and question your policy that you said you are going to do better. But the numbers are exposing you. So it is not just about we criticizing, but the reality is that the government is not doing well. I'm not saying this because I'm an MPP, because I want MPP to come into office. But I'm saying that the reality is that this government
is not doing well.
It's not doing well.
Okay, so credit rating agencies like Fitch, recommendations from some of the Bretton Woods institutions, for example, when they go to some of those IMF and Bretton Woods institution meetings, and the accolades, and the plaudits, so to speak, that they heap on the management or the managers of the economy are not right, are lying, are not truthful?
Roland, you see, you've spoken about the macroeconomic indicators. these institutions are responding to the numbers. I'm saying that if we look at the numbers alone, we should be happy. But it is not the numbers we are talking about here. We are talking about the reality. Lift the veil. If you lift the veil, I have been to a cocoa farm. I have interacted with a rice farmer. I have received a petition from a group of farmers who are into maize production. I have interacted with some vegetable farmers in my own backyard in Efutu. They've spoken to me. I have poultry farmers in Winneba. They talk to me about their challenges. I have importers. Me, myself, as a businessman, I know my daily challenges that I go through. And I'm saying that putting all these together, the reality is that there is a mismatch. If the government is talking about inflation coming down, it should reflect on the market, the lives of the people. If government is talking about a stable local currency, we should see its reflection in business.
So for you, the cedi should have been at 20
I haven't
or
said
70.
That. I haven't said that.
Well, Sina, what are you saying?
I don't get the essence of your question. You just threw in a question. I don't understand. Maybe you bring clarity. You said for me, the cedi should have been this. I don't see what you are trying to
do. Do you
point.
think that the cedi appreciating and then the other indicators, when it comes to macroeconomic indicators, are good, even if it's on paper? And why should that be? And then you come to lifting the veil, as you argue,
so
on our side.
So I'm saying that it is not enough to show numbers. Once you show the numbers to be good, the populace must also see that reflecting in their daily lives. That's the simple argument I'm making. And I submit most respectfully that as it is today, the ordinary Ghanaian is not seeing a reflection of what the agencies, the international rating agencies, are saying. Because if you speak to them, if you talk to the workers of TV3 about their salary and the costs of products on the market, the things they buy for their children to go to school, and all of that, they will tell you over time, prices keep going up. Their salary remains same. So if you come and tell me that there is economic stability on paper, you are right. But the reality is that life is much more burdensome, much more expensive. So I would disagree. And that is what it is. It's not about me.
If you look at the efforts that are being made when it comes to corruption, and particularly the thorny issue about the relevance or not, and then how the OSP does its work, and the recent brouhaha, what were your observations so far, by way of your own commentary?
Well, I think as a democracy, we've had challenges with this issue of corruption. When Nanado Baumia administration came into being, the first thing that was done was to create an independent authority that would deal with issues of corruption and allegations there too. Now, it is clear that Mr. Kissie Jabin, as the head of the institution, was able to take up issues even against the very administration that appointed him. So if you look at SML, for instance, Fort Estate did that investigation and they took it up. There were other matters that they were investigating and all of that. However, the difficulty, the MPP government did not interfere in the work of Kissie Jabin and the OSP. At least the public record has it that there was no such interference by the Akufo-Addo Bawumia administration. Then our friends came into office talking about oral and all of that. The first thing the Attorney General did, which I think the government lost the plot was to enter a nolle prosequa. Nolle prosequa, the Latin expression in criminal, that an attorney general who is prosecuting a case will enter a process in court to say that I'm discontinuing the process of trial. Now, all those who were undergoing criminal trial were left off the hook. My thinking is that if the government was serious about its reset agenda, they should have allowed the judicial process to continue. Let the court discharge them. I mean, I know about the Kwesing case, and I don't know on authority, but at least lawyer Tachuchi Kata pursued that case until it got terminated within the judicial system. Okay? Why did the Attorney General decide to discharge those accused persons? So that is the first point of failure. Then they now started with this media trial where they would make huge announcement, big announcement. There's crime here, there's crime there. For me, all of us as politicians, we must know that once we get into public office and we exit, there will be a day of accountability. So MPP as a party is not against any step by this government to investigate any appointee. Rather, the problem we have is the subtle persecution, the attack, the approach. I mean, if you look at what Mr. Remonacha is doing at Iyoko, it's very unconscionable. Very unconscionable to say that you are investigating an individual and for that matter, the value of the investigation should determine his bail. With respect, it's never done. And in fact, his own party, his own government appointees are frustrated by his approach. Not because they don't want him to investigate, but his style. He's turned it into a one-man institution.
Yeah, you made that comment. How did you draw those conclusions?
Why? I am part of the political ecosystem. And you think I wouldn't know? He's doing a one-man job. You know, look at the Attorney General himself. The office of the Attorney General is singing a different hymn. He's also singing a different hymn. Meanwhile, he's supposed to report to the Attorney General. Okay? The truth is that as a respected investigative journalist, he must learn the art of that office. It's an intelligence agency, an investigative agency. The approach is different from an individual investigative journalist. He may have a set of tools to achieve a particular purpose. But when it comes to that office, it's different. You go to BNI, the way the Director General operates, his posture alone is quite different. You meet those investigators at BNI, they've been trained. They have a different approach. You go to CID headquarters, the approach is different.
What are you trying to say? That he's the wrong person for the job?
I am saying that even if he's a wrong person for the job, he should learn the ropes of the job. Because it is not the Takashi approach.
Takashi?
I'm saying it is not the Takashi approach that will give him results. It's not keeping people, saying that I've detained you. You ask for bail. People bring property. Then the next moment you are investigating how the person acquired his property. We are not in a communist country. We are not in a police state. Ghana is a democracy. So I have a lot of respect for him, but I would also want to encourage him that he should allow systems to work. He should trust the system. And if he thinks that the system he came to meet is weak or is not strong enough or is not workable, that is why he's the chief executive. That's why he's the executive director. He should pursue reforms. But he cannot be too individualistic and take certain decisions. I have stopped calling him. I won't call. And I told my colleagues, I don't be calling him.
You used to call him?
Of course, in the initial stages, in the early days, I won't call him. And in fact, left with me alone. when he imposes those onerous bail conditions, don't go and give him the property. Leave him.
And then
But
what
sometimes
about
people are desperate.
the suspects?
I am saying, me, today, if for whatever reason and somebody close to me is arrested by Yoko, and instead of granting him bail, he tells the person that go and bring property worth the amount I'm investigating. I'll tell the person...
You will not sign in those sureties? Or sign?
No. Don't let me finish my statement. I'll tell the person that don't yield. Let him keep you. Because he will keep you up to what point? Do you get what I mean? There's an end to everything. Sometimes in life we get too desperate and we allow our adversaries to take advantage of us. He keeps you. 1 week you are there. Because he knows that you are desperate to go home. That's why he's taking advantage of you. And I think that we've gotten to a point where we must all help our democracy to mature.
All right.
Because the vicious cycle must end.
Okay.
Look, President Mohammed's tenure is almost some 2.5 years away. Already NDC, they are struggling. People are all over the place. They want to succeed him, right? There are no guarantees. It is he they voted for. Fortunately, we have our candidate. We have a candidate who is already known. We have rolled out our plan.
Program
We've set
of action.
up our committees. We are proving to Ghanaians that, look, we are serious in the reforms, re-energizing our base, and all of that. I am very optimistic that come 2028, in Parliament we'll have majority, Dr. Bawumia will win.
Based on what indicators? Based on your own assessment?
One, what I am seeing from the visitation out there, Ghanaians are beginning to realize that the MPP administration did better by putting in place certain social intervention programs for their benefit. They are beginning to realize that our friends in government today made huge promises that indeed was very convenient for campaign, like the 1 job 3 shifts. They said they will create jobs. But today, they are running away from that very promise. So I am very optimistic, and I will continue to work hard to ensure that realization of victory. But NDC must also remember that there's a tomorrow. If they don't end the vicious cycle now, it becomes difficult tomorrow for anybody to stop a repetition of same.
I don't understand. You're saying tomorrow there'll be reprisals?
I am saying that today you have the power. Your issue is that yesterday MPP did that to you. So you are doing tit for tat. I'm saying that Ghana has gotten to a point where such things must stop. If you continue to do this, obviously you are giving ideas to somebody to also repeat it. We don't need it as a country. That's the point I'm making.
Okay. We have a new legal reform act now. The president assented to it. We went through parliament subsequently. Your own views on it?
I don't want to comment on that.
I don't understand.
No, I don't want to comment on that.
You're an experienced legal practitioner, so, and then leading the minority. I'm sure the others within the horizon, the demographic population we have, who would want to listen to your views.
Yes, but
even if not on the substantive, perhaps about if we needed any reform at all.
Give me another time to think through, on this subject matter, so we can have a full discussion on it.
Yeah. Do you think that Parliament lost a great chance when you were majority leader to be able to pass at the time the LGBTQ bill, considering all the actions that were taking place at the time, for which the president also took judicious notice of at the time?
But the law was passed by Parliament, wasn't it? If you're talking about Parliament passing the law, Parliament passed it.
So I'm asking a question about whether we lost a great opportunity.
You see, this whole LGBT thing, I think our friends then in opposition were more interested in winning elections by, blackmailing the Akufo-Addo government with this LGBT thing. I don't think many people have paid attention to the clause-by-clause provisions. At the time, I knew that the NDC itself, upon coming into power, would have difficulty signing the bill. And I've been proven right. And they are still struggling.
How are they struggling?
The very law in its form and shape that in opposition they wanted passed, and in fact they got it passed. Today, they wouldn't want the same law, the text, to be signed into law.
You think they're beating around the bush when it comes to that?
Oh, I think they are beating a retreat, if they've not already beaten a retreat. They were more about blackmail MPP and win power. They were not serious about this LGBT. So if they want to prove me wrong, then perhaps they should pass the same law that they pushed through Parliament. You see, we need to understand the ecosystem, and then in enacting any law, we face certain realities. In Ghana today, our family value system, whether Muslim, Christian, Ekanka, Hare Krishna, whatever, traditional worshipper, we are all against a man and a man having a holy matrimony. We are against a woman and a woman having marriage. That one, we are adding them on it, correct? All acts of homosexualism, I believe that our family value system frowns at it. Now, in enacting a law, you must be mindful of ensuring that you don't introduce excesses that would make it counterproductive. Roland, you get the point?
I don't get you.
Okay,
please continue.
I'm saying that much as you want to protect the values of society, you must ensure that in protecting the values of society, you do not end up introducing excesses that will make that intention to protect the values counterproductive. So, for instance, if you introduce a jail term for somebody talking about lesbianism, they go to jail, it's a problem.
So what's your point? So you support LGBTQ? I'm trying to get the nuance of your argument.
You are not paying attention. I'm saying that take steps to protect the value system. Enact a law that deals with the issue. Now, in dealing with the issue, the next point is that a person who is seen to be in that act, is it again the position of society that as the judiciary itself introduce a sentencing regime in the enactment to say that a person has put himself out as gay, lesbian, so you've been found foul of the law, therefore go to jail 10 years, go to jail 5 years. Do you get the point?
Yeah, you think it's excessive?
I am saying
should not be introduced at all.
The Catholic Church publicly stated this position, that it is for the law. However, the issue of sentencing a person into a jail term must be looked at. I'm saying that our friends in the NDC were not willing to listen to all these views, and they did not allow the public to understand the very law properly. So, for instance, pedophiling. A pedophile cannot go scot-free when he is found guilty, because that's one, the person must go to jail. So it is important that the clause by clause is properly looked at to align with our own belief system and to ensure coherence. But you know, sometimes people make sweeping statements, say that even when you want to discuss the subject matter and care is not taken, your views are misconstrued. And people will now go to social media and attack you. So you realize that people then, you know, cave in and just watch. So our friends in the NDC, they've been caught by their own blackmail. And they will struggle a bit. They'll struggle a bit. Because the very
But
thing
it went through you as majority leader, so it should go through you as minority leader.
I'm saying that the very thing that they themselves wanted to push on our government, they cannot take it. And you watch it, take the old law and then study the trend and see whether or not they would pass the same law as they push through. Right. Mr. President himself indicated that there must be a further consultation. Why further consultation? He said that he thinks that the law must be looked at again. What must be looked at again? Sure. He's a communication expert. So he knew what he was saying when he again said that that is not his priority. Okay. But that is where many people also think that it's too much of a mischief. You were in opposition. In opposition, you didn't speak against the law in its form and shape as it was. But now that you are in office, you've seen the reality. And then you are saying that there must be some further consultation.
Yeah. You're a strong man to interact with an interview. So with your experience also, it makes it quite helpful and handy as well. We have to wrap up the conversation. But you like sports, I believe. The Black Stars going to the World Cup. What's your own view, just to wind up this conversation? Do you think we'll do well?
Well, I think they need to be properly motivated. The incentives that are supposed to be in place must be in place. I'm looking forward to hear what the sports minister has to say as Parliament resumes, because definitely it needs to brief Parliament on the measures they put in place to enable the team do better. I mean, Ghana has a great potential when it comes to football. We know what we did in South Africa, where we crossed the 1/16 stage and we're almost there. But for the penalty shootout by Mr. Asamoah, we were going to get into the quarterfinals. And
South Africa,
South Africa 2010. You know, we all watched. So history has it that when a Ghanaian team is properly composed and well motivated, they go beyond expectation. So I wish them well. Many identify Ghana with football. It's not the politics. Then football also brings us together. So I look forward to
we
that.
just replaced our coach, so we have a new coach. You think that will change the dynamics? And
you can't get much from me when it comes to football.
Oh, okay. Okay. What do you like? Table tennis. I saw Dr. Maudu Baumel playing table tennis. You like table tennis?
I love table tennis. Okay. I like golf. Yes.
Okay.
I do table tennis and I do golf.
All right. You have to invite me to get some
it's a
golf lessons.
Way of life.
Okay. I wish you all the best for the day as well.
Thank you.
I'm sure you have a very packed day, and wishing you good tidings as it is.
Thank you, Roland.
Okay. So we've been interacting with Osahin Apenyomakin. He is the Member of Parliament for Ifutu constituency as well, but also the minority leader in Ghana's Parliament. We hope that you did enjoy the interaction. We could have had more time for him as well, but again, we'll ask and indulge him for us to sit again some other time. But in the meantime, please, thank you for watching TV3 Newday this morning. Next, we have the latest sports update.
Abrabonyina ne wanamon